Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, people from all over. This is Kenya News Link, and of course, I'm your host Jakes, the moderator. Shona ndo hii ishaanza. Karibu sana wadau. I hope you are well. I'm equally doing just fine. This is the morning's edition. We have a great one for you. We have an interesting show lined up for you wadau. Karibuni tu sana, karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike hii video, kwa kusubscribe to Kenya Newslink. This is your show, this is your host, and of course this is Kenya Newslink. Tunayo show moja moto kama pasi na ninayo vitu mingi ya kuwajuza. I'm telling you, hii siasa ya Kenya achana tu nayo. Every day there is something interesting to ponder upon. We are looking at several issues. One of the things we are looking at is what could have been the deployment of Kenya police to Haiti. I'm sure by now you are aware of the good news, if you call it good news, that Kenya will delay hiyo story ya kudeploy. But the president had alikuwa ameamua liwalo na liwe, we must send police there. He said it was good for Kenya. How good it was for Kenya, we are yet to find out, but we'll be looking at that in this political show. Equally, we'll be looking at so many changes that have happened ever since we were here with you, good people. We will be looking at several things. The housing levy was passed yesterday in the Senate. The other thing that was passed is now being reintroduced is the position of the CAS, the Chief Administrative Secretary. Or yeah, I remember the CAS position yenye ilikuwa nullified by the courts. It's back. The JSC or the JLAC yesterday gave recommendations of the same, and we could be seeing an introduction of that come next week. That should be happening. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this fantastic show. I'm joined this fine morning by one Mr. G. Good morning, Mr. G. How are you?
Morning sir, how are you?
Niko fantastic. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Tunao show moja murwa kabisa, na hii show tuko tayari kuwajuza mengi mawili matatu kulingana na jinsi nchi inaendelea. Tuko na vitu kibao ya kuwajuza, tutasoma pia gazeti mbio mbio, na pia tutapitia news ambazo zimevunja ukingo wa habari, kwa sababu vitu ni kibao. Moja ya vitu ambavyo tutaangalia ni jinsi ambavyo Haiti waliweza kumng'atua, ama prime minister wao alijitoa kwa kiti, alijiuzulu, na of course ile mkataba alikuwa amesign na watu wa Kenya ikafutiliwa mbali, because that was one of the reasons or conditions that the courts had said should happen, because they said deployment cannot just be like that. What happens to the soldiers, the police is a totally different thing. So they they had to change that, and of course because of that resignation, Kenya had to equally stop the deployment. But what was the motive behind it? What was the hidden agenda? Why was it a must Kenya to send its people to Haiti? Why was it a must for Kenya to send to a country that, where, my dear, it's not easy to be in that country, and it's a country that even the president of that country has been assassinated. It's a country that has taken hostage even of police centers. It's a country that has we are able to see from the news and the reports reaching us that it's not a stable country. Right now, the government is not even there. It doesn't have any government. And Kenya now told us that they halted the process until Haiti has a stable government, a government they, you know, go back to the deal with. So Kenya is not going. But up until yesterday, Kenya was going to Haiti. What was the agenda? What is the hidden agenda from one President William Ruto? We know so well that the US said it will not participate in any activities, but it will only fund. Could it be because of that money that US had promised? That is what we're going to be looking at. The other thing we'll be looking at in this show, we'll be looking at the CAS position. Why is Parliament so active in bringing back what the courts have declared null and void? The housing levy was passed yesterday by the Senate. The CAS position, yesterday was passed by JLAC, or it was agreed upon by JLAC. So all this will inform this show. So you really want to sit back and relax, enjoy this conversation that we are about to have. What do you think of all this? Is this how that these some of the things that will end the career of one William? Because some of these things will really one strain the common mwananchi. It will increase the taxation. For example, the housing levy that was passed yesterday. Now, if it is fully implemented, that tax comes back to you, mwananchi, despite the courts declaring it null and void around January thereabout. So we enjoy maybe a free holiday ka February na maybe March. But now I'm telling you that levy is coming back. The other thing that is coming back is the CAS position. Of course, what JLAC has done has reduced the number. William Ruto, the president, had nominated or appointed 50 of them. JLAC has capped that number to 22. And of course, it has given recommendations or the qualifications therein of what would define who is a CAS and what would be needed for a CAS person to be appointed as a CAS. Of course, it is famous for what in yesteryears we were calling the assistant minister is the same. So that's what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at why the prime minister of Haiti resigned. What could have informed it? You remember, this leader was unable to land in his own country because they wanted to assassinate him. He had to seek asylum in different countries or in a different country because he couldn't land in his home country. But there is where Kenya wanted to send its police, not soldiers. And it is interesting that that was to happen. Our Kenyan men and women, our gallant forces, would have been sent there without probably proper knowledge of the terrain, proper knowledge of all that would have affected them in Haiti. But where Mungu naye ni nani, according to many who have gone to social media, to really say probably this is an act of God, because where I don't know how many lives would have lost, but thank God that for now we are not sending anyone. So we'll be looking at that now, but there's a footage I want us to begin with, and then that will inform the show. Ladies and gentlemen, even as we discuss this, I wish to inform you that we have a lot for you. So sit back, relax, enjoy this great conversation that we are about to have just about now. Let's begin first of all with the famous CAS report, or the CAS officials who are to be appointed. There is where we begin, and this is how we kick off. This is a position that was declared null and void, but somehow, the President William Ruto has found a way to have these positions back. Listen in, because that's what we discuss first, and then we'll go back to all other issues that we have raised. Karibu sana kwa hii show, wakaribisha wawili watatu, wacha tuwe na show moja fiti tu sana. All right.
The Justice and Legal Affairs Committee has approved amendments that will see the establishment of the Office of Chief Administrative Secretary. The committee has approved the changes that not only anchor the Office of CAS in law, but also spells out the qualifications, the numbers, and the manner of appointment of the men and women who will serve in those positions. Well, this move seeks to cure the pitfalls that befell the annulment of the presidential appointment of CAS last year. Brenda Wanga with more.
That the creation of a similar office to the assistant minister, now in name of CASs, cannot be created in the manner the first respondent and the fifth respondent proceeded.
Nearly 8 months since the three-judge bench put a stop to the dreams of some 50 people, Parliament is set to return the position to the fold. The Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly, in a report on the proposed amendment to a series of laws, says the establishment of the Office of the CAS was necessary. The JLAC, in its recommendations, states that it approves the provisions of the bill relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013 with amendments.
The Chief Administrative Secretary.
According to these amendments, these positions will not exceed 22. Those holding the office will be appointed by the President on the recommendation of the Public Service Commission. These appointments will take into consideration the regional and gender balance. The amendments further lay out the qualifications an aspiring CAS must possess before getting that office in the public service. One of the key qualifications of appointment is that the candidate must have a bachelor's degree, have served in the public service while having met the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on Leadership and Integrity. A candidate will be disqualified if they have been convicted of an offense that carries a penalty of a jail term of 6 months without the option of a fine, are bankrupt, holder of a political party office, or have been impeached. The proposed law further spells out that the CAS will be expected to respond to issues relating to the portfolio they have been appointed to, represent the CS, and perform any other duty as assigned by the CS. The salaries of the CAS will be set out by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. While the JLAC recommendation was arrived at by a majority, MP for Arieda and JLAC member Otiende Omolo disagreed with his peers on the need to establish this office. Otiende based his dissent on the fact that the duties of a CAS were a duplication of those already assigned to cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries in the ministry. He further likened the office of the CAS to that of the defunct assistant ministers. The positions of CAS was created in 2018 by former President Uhuru Kenyatta. The High Court found the office unconstitutional in July last year, though that decision has been appealed at the Court of Appeal. The office of the CAS is now just one step away from forming part of the public service in Kenya, dependent on the vote of the National Assembly on the JLAC's recommendation when the bill comes to the floor of the House for a vote.
All right, that is what we look at this morning. Now, equally joined by one Alex, all the way from very far. Karibu sana, Mr. Alex, and this is your morning show. Now, gentlemen, let's begin from there. Why is it so important that anything that the court has declared null and void, it has to come to fruition in either way, either through Parliament or through some tickling of what was declared null and void? They look at the loophole and then they bring it back. Now it's already back, and very soon I'm sure I will be seeing some appointments in as far as CAS is concerned. Let me begin with you, Mr. G. Why is it so important for William Ruto to really bring back all these positions?
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. Happy to see Mr. Alex. A long time kidogo, but I'm really happy. Greetings to you guys and our viewers, and those also in our comment section. I think Simba wants link to share Mr. Jakes as we continue.
All right.
Now, on this issue of Kenya, you know, I thought maybe tungeanza kwanza na nje ya Kenya ndio tuingie Kenya to dive into it, but wacha tuanze na what you said, which is okay.
Either way, we'll tackle all of this, yeah.
It's okay. On this issue of CS, you know, Mr. Jakes, we know that this thing, it is the court who pronounce it unconstitutional, and I think we need to look at those factors. I think kuna makelele kiasi. I think we need to look at the factors that led to the pronunciation of this thing being unconstitutional. Why? Because tukiangalia somebody like Otiende Omolo is a person who knows what laws is, and he's one person ambaye alihusika kutengeneza our constitution. Now, when he says that this thing, bado, it is unconstitutional, I think he knows what exactly some of us may not know, kwa sababu some of us maybe hatujafanya hiyo, hatujapitia vitu vingi, hatujajua. But to me, I think looking at the same job ambayo tunaongelea ambayo CAS, I don't know what the constitution says, but if at all it is our courts who and judges ambao walipata kwa it is unconstitutional, then it's something that we need to look into it to see that first priority. Because first of all, at the current situation, our country, it's really in a fixed.
Yeah.
Imekuwa affected with the things are not working. Cost of living, it is very high. Kwa sababu business zimekuwa affected, many things zimekuwa affected. Now adding this post itakuwa another burden to common mananchi ambaye anafaa kulipa more taxes so that these people can be paid. Kwa sababu salary yao si kidogo. Salary yao ni mingi. So there's a lot of factors about Afatuangale when looking at this thing. But one of the things we need to look first, what does our constitution say about this issue? Does it allow us to have this thing? Those posts, sai tuko na PS, sai tuko na wale CS, alafu sai tuna add another people. Although kulikuwa na issue na number of those people who wanahitajika. So maybe I'll bring it back to you and I'll come in later after Alex amshaongea. But what I know
Alex,
is that okay.
Sorry for that. Alex, there's a return of a position that was declared null and void. Now, this is among other things, including Haiti, that the court has pronounced itself, including the other case that we'll talk about in a few, the NADCO report. But now there is this issue of the CAS. The CAS position yesterday, according to JLAC, they saw it fit to bring it back, and soon it will be a law. And of course, once it's enacted, the president now can appoint 22 people who can act as CAS. All right. So from where you sit, what do you think is the game plan here? Because these are things the court has declared null and void and constitutional. But William Ruto is trying very hard, the president is trying very hard to find loopholes, to find ways, of course, through parliament, which is a lawmaking organ in Kenya, to have anything that does not go his way. He's finding ways to bring them back. And of course, we remember quite so well that most of the people who were appointed as CAS were loyalists, were his friends, were people who we might campaign for him. Not that they are bringing any expertise or anything. These are just individuals who would say were royal or were close allies, or they even lost their seats that they were vying for. These are the people who Parliament is working so hard to bring in. What is the significance of all this? One, to us as Mwananchi, because they come with a cost. Two, what is the importance of this to William Ruto? What is his agenda in all this? So I'm sure that's a big question, but you are well able.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, habari yako, my friend, Mr. G. It's always a pleasure to meet here and to have these political talks. And you know, one thing I've come to know, and I will tell you, Mr. Jex, today, I've come to love William Samoei Ruto. He's a very shrewd politician. He has studied 2 books, The Prince and The Art of War. Okay? And he's using those 2 books. And I think my friend here loves that book very much, Mr. G. Mr. G quotes a lot of Machiavelli. Machiavelli redefined the politics of the world. If you want to be the best politician in the world, you must read the book called The Prince. And I've read it almost 20 times because I'm preparing myself to become the next MP for Kitutu Masab. And William Samoei Ruto. Mute my friend who has just came in, because I think So William Samoei Ruto has studied the art of war and Machiavelli, and the way he's ruling Kenya, he's playing what is called ping pong to us. He throws this one here, he throws this one, and he has been able to capture the judiciary, he has been able to capture the legislature, and the executive is in his balls, if I can use Stone PK words. So William Samoei Ruto is a very shrewd politician, and look what he has done. First of all, he gave Gideon Moi a contract for what? Kengen. He silenced him. So he has no opposition where? In the Kalenjin world. Okay? And then now he has silenced everybody, including Raila Amolo Odinga, the only voice of reason that we had in Kenya. He is taking him to the AU. So the SCS jobs that you are seeing right now that are being given, unfortunately, let me tell you, Millicent Omanga is my first cousin. She's going to get the position, and I can't be glad for her. Okay, so he has killed every opposition that was surrounding him.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
he has nobody.
Okay.
He has nobody who is going to defy him. He has silenced ODM. He has silenced UDA. He has silenced the Luo Nyanza. He has silenced the Kikuyu community. And what you are seeing is that these positions now, whoever they will go to people who like wanaweza kuwa like rebels to him. So William Samoei Ruto might be a lifetime president until he dies, if we don't take care of it.
Unfortunately, our constitution, I don't know if it will allow, but we'll be looking at that in a few. Mr. G, it's interesting that the parliament that we hold so dear as a lawmaking organ can be used to pass someone's agenda and equally be an instrument to settle issues that are almost personal. What is the purpose of a CAS? What would they do that a PS cannot do, and equally the CS cannot do? Why do we need them? Are they so important? Their absence now, is it denying performance or effectiveness of any ministry?
No, it doesn't deny any performance. That's why I told you that at the current situation that we are in as Kenyans, the economy, when imeharibika Kenya, things are not working, and the burden that mwananchi wa China anapitia because of these taxes, adding this post of CAS, it will be a more burden to the common mwananchi. So to me, it is not an optional. It is not an option to have them. We don't need them. But there's a point that Alex has shared, the last point that he said, that maybe this guy, who is our president, can be preparing to rule forever, which we need to put in consideration, because remember, it is our constitution that has termed this CS post as unconstitutional. Our constitution is the same. But still Ruto he's still pushing for it. Mpaka ipite. Remember, on this issue of presidency, the limit of presidency, kumekuwa na testing of waters, not today or not a few months ago, but since I think it was 1 year ago, whereby some MPs try to test waters wakituambia kuwa they want to extend the the limit, the presidential limit, I think from 5 to 7. And this ni kitu ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea mpaka TV recently. I think it was early this month or late last month. They also brought up the issue of time limit. So on the issue about Alex amesema, we need to put into consideration, kwa sababu as much as our constitution does not allow it, still Ruto can push it, as much as he's pushing for these CIS posts, which to me, it does not add anything. In fact, it is a burden to a common mwananchi. But remember what Alex amekwambia kuwa is a guy who always reward his people. And these posts zimewekwa pale, the posts zimewekwa pale to reward his people, because he's good at it. We in ODM, most of the time, tuna lose that thing, because sometimes it happen, but to Ruto, he knows how to touch people, how to take part of people, how to kuwashikilia so that he may have his way. On this post, atapatia those people to silence some and also to have mileage to some, which means ni kitu ambao lazima itafanyika. But to me, it doesn't add anything, because the same work ambao anaenda kufanya is the same work ambao the PS wanaenda kufanya, is the same work ambao the CS wanaenda kufanya, which it doesn't add any value.
Now, if we compare the CSs that we had previously, some really added value in the previous regime, because like the CAS for health, Mwagangi was really very crucial when it came to updating us, and of course telling the country about Corona. The guys who did equally very well. The CAS one for roads was doing so well. The CAS for water equally was doing so well. I remember one governor for Machakos now. She was a CAS who really did so much for our people. So there are people who performed as CAS. Let's not deny that. But now, what is their significance now? Given that William Ruto showed us his card. He appointed Akina Millicent Omanga. He appointed Akina
My cousin.
Kate Warogoro. What are some of the things that William Ruto looked at? Akina Washiali were appointed. These are people who Wananchi didn't give positions, but William Ruto saw it fit to give them positions. Why was it important, Juan Alex? Why is it important to really have them back?
You see, if there is anything that I will point out to Mr. Jax is, and I will reiterate on this, William Samoei Ruto is a shrewd politician.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing this for, I want to term it categorically as political expediency.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he's silencing his arch rivals so that by 2027 he will have a takeover, and nobody is able to do what? No, he will not have an opponent. You saw the other day, Kalonzo went to State House in the issue of the Nadico report. Okay? He has already killed Kalonzo Musyoka through Mutula Kilonzo. He's sending Baba to AU. And these positions are meant to be given to the people that are deemed to be, who can be like the advoc, HAVOC, hardvoc tyrants to him. And I'm saying this. If I was to be a politician, I want to be like William Samoei Ruto.
All right, when you grow up.
Okay. The other thing I want to say, William Samoei Ruto has succeeded in eliminating Gachagua from the powerful position of a deputy president. And he's already talking about the female gender thing in 2022, in 2027. And he used the position of the deputy president in a way that he really disturbed Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So what I can say is this: the CS positions that are going to be given go to a people that may be like the arch rivals, so that it can silence. And some of the names that are coming up in these positions are like Kidero, Millicent Omanga, Washiali, and so on and so forth. These are people, if they were to go to the opposition, they would be very powerful because they have also money. They can bankroll, actually. They can do terrible things to William Samoei Ruto. So what I'm saying is this: William Samoei Ruto has managed to silence Kenya politically. Totally. Yes.
Now, Mr. G, one of the things that the former president, the fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta, did was try to make his political environment cool enough for him to work, and that's why we had the handshake. Now, what do you think is now the game plan, the agenda for William Ruto, as Alex is trying to explain? Is it to kind of have everyone on his side, or have everyone busy doing something, have someone or everyone appointed in a position that equally he has no one to oppose him? Is that something that could be an agenda that he's having?
Exactly, Jakes. What Alex has said is exactly what he's doing. The guy attacking any opposition on his side. And that's why he has managed to silence all of them. But let me tell you something. You spoke about our former CAS who performed. You know, Jakes, we have something called competency. at work. Those guys ambao mention that you saw them shining, those people were competent in their work. Unajua, at any time uko competent kwa kazi yako, utaonekana kuwa unafanya, itafanyika. But at any time you choose somebody who is not competent, hataonekana. So hii post for me kusema kwa sitaki iwe is not that ni mbaya, no, but looking at the posts and look at the people who have jobs, watu kama PAS can do the same job. But now ukichukua a group of people ambao wako incompetent ujaze pale, alafu unapatia mshahara, inakuwa a burden to this common mwananchi. So what I want to say ni kuwa as much as itakuwa na benefit somehow we have people who are competent hapo ambao watasafanya kazi zao vizuri, but most of them wengine ambao wako pale they are incompetent ambao watakuwa wanakula taxpayers money to frustrate this common mwananchi na hakuna any benefit ambayo itakuja. Now going to your question, I wanted to talk about this issue ambao nani ameraise, ambao Alex ameraise. You know, looking at Ruto, Alex amesema kuwa he would prefer to work the way Ruto anafanya. Last time we had a discussion na akasema he want to join the politics na he will use tactics ambao watu wanatumia kwa sahi, which I also want us to go back to that. But to me, I think as much as anaweza kuwa the president, as much as anaweza kuwa he's trying to take all people on his side, mimi kwangu still my concern says that I cannot work with him. Why? Because this is one guy ambao he has a lot of his properties are in question, and you know it. A lot of his properties is in question on how he acquired them, the lands and everything. You know it, like the hotel, the Wilson Hotel. It is in question on how he acquired it. But at the moment, unaona, he's going for the small people, the small fish. Watu kama kina Commander, the conman, alafu the Margaret Wanjiru, the small people. Ndio anaenda kuwa frustrate. And yet ye mwenyewe, he has a lot of question on the properties ambao ana acquire. So this thing, as much as tutaweza kusema maybe he's doing something good ambao tunaweza copy from him ama tunaweza desire from him, to me still I remain that I cannot work with Ruto because somebody ambao is so cunning, he's a liar, and he's good to pretend. Yeah, he's a pretender. He's very good in pretending to be a good person, but yet mtu ambaye anafanya vitu mingi sana ambazo ziko evil behind the scene ambao huwezi ona. But I will not dispute what Alex is saying because I agree with Alex what he's saying. Yes.
Now, the things that are happening that really bring back the memories that we kind of sahawed kidogo. For example, as much as the NADCO, as much as the CAS position is coming back, the NADCO report as well is bringing other positions. All right. The office of the prime minister, the office of the official leader of opposition. Of course, it will even define the basic structure of our constitution, because where will that leader be sitting? Will he be sitting in the Senate or in Parliament or outside Parliament? What will be his official duties? You know, all those things, all those questions. But that is not even where I want us to go for now. I know you saw the president with the MCAs the other day, I think the day before yesterday. He met the MCAs, of course, from Kenya Kwanza, and soon he'll meet more MCAs. It reminded me of before BBI, Uhuru had the same game plan. Met the MCAs. There is where the story of car grants came into being. Of course, this time around, they only spoke of we must implement our what do you call it, our manifesto and all. But I want to come to you, Alex. With NADCO, with all these provisions that are coming from Parliament, including bringing back the CAS, is William Ruto preparing the process of constitutional change? In a way, it's almost similar to Uhuru, but now using a different act.
Yes, thank you for asking that question. And unfortunately, I was one of the few people.
Your mic is we can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was one of the few in our sister channel.
Come closer again. Now we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. I was one of the few people who refuted, and I was against what we call, it started like bipartisan. And then we went to national dialogue. Remember that. The first one failed. And then the next one is when Kalonzo now chaired. I was one of the few people who really refuted and said, I don't want these nonsensical waffling issues of the so-called
I think
radical.
we can try to either the phone or something, because unakuja ukipotea. When you bring the phone closer to you, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, now we can.
So what I'm saying is this, Mr. Jackson. The NADCO report is one of the saddest things that will ever happen to the history of the politics of Kenya. 3 reasons I put it, first of all. 3 reasons that I inform myself of. First and foremost, we are going to introduce a constitutional office called the Prime Minister, which is basically a waste of money. Secondly, we are going to have both houses, majority and minority, and opposition leader, which I don't know is Martha Karua or Kioni or who is going to become. Thirdly, it's going to be taxpayers' waste of money. But the NADCO report, if you look at it very well, is a political negotiation whereby, if you look at it in totality, it's a negotiation so that losers come into benefit. Unaelewa? But if you look at it in totality, the NADCO report, sidhani kama itatusaidia kitu yote, Mr. Jackson. And that is why I've been against about it. If we create a position of the PM, we create a position of, I don't know if we are going to have an official opposition leader, and we still have a minority leader who is Mundai, Opio Mundai. You see, it's going to have a contradiction of so many things. But if you look at the way William Samoei Ruto is handling the whole issue,
readjust your camera, readjust your side. Yes, readjust. Sorry, I'm really directing you today. Now you're good.
Yeah, the whole thing about NADCO is Ruto is trying to control the politics of Kenya in a manner that, as a if I was a politician, I'm not yet a politician right now. I'm an analyst right now. So I have to step on 2 sides. As an analyst, I will say Ruto is, yani amefinya hiyo country. No president in the history of Kenya has been able to do what Ruto has done. But now, as a politician, I'll say Ruto is a very shrewd politician that it will be difficult to remove him from power. Now, this NADCO report, if you look at it, most probably Martha Karua, and this is my preemptions, I'm preempting, Martha Karua is going to go to the Senate as the majority leader. Okay? And Kalonzo is going to go to Parliament, the Parliament. And then people like Kioni and others are going to be ingrained into it, and they will totally finish the politics of opposition in Kenya. So the question is, who's going to get what position? Because already Baba has gone to the AU. Okay? Baba is going to the AU. And Martha Karua, in as much as she's quiet, Baba will never leave her. The other day you saw Ngilu talk about sasa sisi wengine tutaenda wapi? Baba akienda kule AU, sisi wengine tutaenda wapi? You saw Ngilu say that. Ngilu is going to be included also in there. And the problem with the NADCO report is it's going to kill what we call the opposition of Kenya. So therefore, we are not going to be accountable as a country to William Samoei Ruto. So corruption will be preeminent, and we are going to lose it. That's what I can say for now.
Now, having said that, it brings to question some of the sentiments that comes from the president. At one point, he said that the people of Kenya made a clear choice. They were able to distinguish who goes to parliament, or rather who forms parliament, who forms government, and equally who forms the opposition. And he said everyone has been given a role to play. And the other thing he equally said is that he wants a vibrant and a very proactive opposition. In any case, he said that he doesn't want a regime that was confused, that you couldn't really tell who was government and who was opposition, where we had opposition in government, where he was the leader of opposition in government in the previous regime. Now, my question to you, Bwanaji, is this. If what he says is different from what he acts on, when he says he wants a vibrant opposition, is it true that that's what he wants, given that he's working very hard to almost assign duties that almost in a way weaken the opposition and even reduce its number, that the opposition has no numbers to oppose him either in parliament, in senate? The opposition has haina vigogo, may dilute to a manageable position. When you look at it, is he going back on his word, or he's acting in a smart way so that no one can really say he's jeopardizing the opposition, but in actual sense, that's what he's doing?
Okay, to come to that question, Mr. Jake, let me just comment first on that question that you asked, Mr. Alex, on the issue of meeting the meeting the MCS. I think I was told that at a point kulifika mahali ikawa closed door, mahali ambapo media walitolewa ikawa ni closed door. So you know, this is a guy ambaye anapenda kubulldoze things. Yeah, he like bulldozing things. Anataka ifanyike vile anataka, and that's why even in our parliament nowadays there's no debate. The opposition who are minority nowadays, they don't even debate. They're only given less than 4 minutes. And in fact, wale watu ambao wanafaa waongee, nowadays I'm told that it is you who want to speak and the speaker ambaye anaweza jua kama unataka kuongea. So at the moment unafinya ile kitu unataka kuongea, watu wengine hawatajua unataka kuongea, but only speaker will know. Na kwa sababu amekatazwa kule, this is the tabia yake ya Ruto. Anapenda kuita watu wake, anawacommand on what to say. Unafinya, you want to pray to speak, jamana kukazia kule juu, you cannot speak. Now on this thing, he's just trying to bulldoze his way out. Then anataka vitu zifanyike. Yeah. Going to the question about Muuliza, the guy has never been truthful. Remember, first time wakati tu tumemaliza election, alafu amekuwa pronounced as president elect. What did he do? He went to chama ya the same parties ambazo zilikuwa za Azimio. I think it was UDM, the northern one, yeah, ile from that not party. Akawachukua wote to his side. Another thing Nani confirmed with the Mtata, the senator of Busia, confirmed that even after that announcement, he called himself, huyu Ruto, alimpigia simu, ataka kuja fanya naye kazi. So if at all Mtata confirmed that he was called, akuja fanya naye kazi, how many people were called? How many senators were called? How many MPs were called? So many. So this guy, kusema kuwa he wanted a strong opposition, it was a lie. And that is his nature. He's a liar. That is his nature. So address the spirit of that. So on your question, Mr. Jakes, I think he's just trying to print that picture kuwa kuna vena anataka ionekane kuwa sijali he wanted a strong position. That was not in his heart. Ye alikuwa anataka aimalize na amemanage kumaliza opposition.
Okay. Now, Alex, we have seen many people shift alliances from how they were elected to how now they are working, the likes of Jalango and everyone else. We have seen MCAs now trooping to State House. We have seen ODM haiwezi kutoa sauti kwa bunge. If the president was now to bring amendments through parliament, which he has done now, Is it even possible to oppose him?
It's impossible, as I told you. Unfortunately, William Samoei Ruto has succeeded where Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta failed as a president. He's bringing back the BBI, the housing levy has passed, the finance bill has passed. The critical things that we failed to do in a former handshake regime are being now implemented in this regime, unfortunately. And if you look how shrewd he has been able, it's conniving. It's a conniving set of conundrum in the manner that he's doing things. But if I want to be a politician, I want to be William Samoei Ruto, the politician. I don't know where Jax, where did you go? Your camera is went off.
I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. Go on.
So your question was very good. If you look at William Samoei Ruto, he has been able to bring back the BBI minus one vote, one man. Okay.
One vote.
So okay, and remember Otienda Molo last time when he was in the JLAC committee, when we wanted to gift the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wanted to give how many constituencies were to go to Kiambu and the larger Mount Kenya. You remember in one man, one vote, how many MPs were to be added in the larger Mount Kenya?
12.
But this time around, it's not going to go there. 2 MPs are going to go to Kisii. 4 are going to go to Nyanza. Western will get, but Mount Kenya will not get any. So the BBI is coming back, minus that. The CAS is coming back. The housing levy is coming. Okay, the finance bill has already. So when Ruto is having Ruto is just having a field day in the politics of Kenya, Mr. Jakes. And I'm afraid that if we allow that to go on, Jakes, I don't know, but I think Papa's going to AU seat, African Union, SC, African Union, SCH, AUC seat has really complicated the matrix of Kenyan politics. So nobody is putting Ruto into accountability.
Okay.
And I think that is the most unfortunate thing. If you look at
now, I'm going to ask a bad question, and it's not bad, but it's important.
Yeah.
And I'll ask it confidently. I don't know. Let me begin with you, Alex. Has Raila Odinga finally managed to help William Ruto succeed in changing the constitution? And is that the other thing that Raila Odinga really craves for, to change the constitution? Is it something that he feels is the only thing that can either give him a position? Because even this current constitution, he really worked hard for it. BBI, he was behind it. NADCO, he's behind it. Can we conclude that equally he is to blame, or he is to be praised if NADCO sees the light of day and eventually becomes low? Because some of the things that are in NADCO is almost similar to the point to what was in BBI. And to make it even interesting, some of the words he used during BBI are the similar words he used during NADCO. What some of the words were, this this proposal should go on unamended. You remember they were saying not even a comma or a word or an alteration should happen to BBI. Those were the same sentiments, almost copy pasting what he said then. The only thing he did say is no one can stop reggae, but the wordings were the same. If anything was to go through in as far as NADCO is concerned, in as far as what we are seeing in Parliament, should Raila Odinga as well be held liable?
That's a very tough question. What
I knew it.
if I say what I'm supposed to say, I may
Please
not
do.
get I may not get
Because we,
the the nomination for ODM in 2027. But
by that
anyway,
time, I can tell you ODM will not be there, but let's go on.
yeah, unfortunately, let me say something that nobody can say the truth. Baba has become a sellout. Baba has become a cabal. Baba has sold us this time around. Baba has become a cabal and a sellout. And is using inferior logic and how to get out of politics. Okay? And it's unfortunate that in 2027, the Luos and the Kalenjins are going to vote as a bloc, and the Kikuyus are going to be left in the cold. So on this part, I'll tell you the truth, Baba is a cabal, Baba is a sellout. But nisiongee sana because ndanyimwa ODM ticket ya 2027. Wacha tuniachie hapo.
Mr. G, what do you make of what I've said? I know it's a difficult question, but they normally say you can join in the dots to create a straight line. If the first dot was BBI, the second dot is NADCO, the constant is Raila Odinga, can't we join a straight line and say he has been very vibrant in making sure we change this constitution, whether it benefits Kenyans or not? He doesn't care. Sorry to even go to that extent. What do you think?
Jex, it's not a hard question. And that's why last time when we had a debate with Alex, I wanted to know much more. And I was telling Alex he likes truth. Akawa anasema yeah, he likes truth, but kama ni politics inabidi aongee something ambazo zitakuwa ni propaganda ndio aingie ataongea. But Alex, I can tell you, don't go that far. Usiende kwa hiyo group ya watu. Those politicians about they will talk propaganda ndio wachaguliwe. We have people like the former Nandi MP, the young man. Keteri, join that group. Speak truth. Kama sasa hivi unaongea. People like fear telling people truth. Kama kuambia Raila kwa ametusell. Raila ametuuza, and that is true. Raila is a honorable. Raila is a honorable man. Yeah, he's an enigma in politics. He's somebody that is loved with the majority of people. Yeah, enigma. And he's somebody that is really loved. He has a strong backup nyuma yake ambaye inamsupport. But now ikifika kwa retiring from politics, he's somebody ambaye alikuwa retire honorably, not retire akiwa in shame. And the way he's retiring that now, retire akiwa in shame. Why? Because he's now supporting impunity. You see, Raila was somebody ambaye alikuwa na push for things ambayo kunakuja kubenefit watu wa Kenya. But ukipata now he's doing things that it is as if he's just supporting things ambazo zinakuja kuharibu wananchi wa Kenya. You wonder yourself, why is it? Ama ni vile vile age pia, sometimes pia age ikienda, sometimes unaweza kupoteza mwelekeo sometimes, kwa sababu one thing I know, Baba loves peace these days, and nowadays Baba loves peace. Na he always see that wakati ana join with the president ambaye amekuwa pale kama sasa hii Ruto veniko pale kama president, it will bring peace in our country. Sawa, it will bring peace, but now the common mananchi,
So
itakuwa vipi? Yes,
but I'll ask you a question that I'm almost sure you'll
hold on, Dex. Hold on, Dex.
Go on.
At some point,
go on.
When I was disappointed with politics, I remember when we were on the other side, I used to call myself palliative love, palliative care. And it was intentional because if you look at the politics of Kenya right now, it's unfortunate that the man I respected most has disappointed me most. And nobody has the courage to look at his face and tell him the truth that, look, the man you refuse to debate in the presidential debate, now you're supporting him. Remember, we did not have a presidential debate because we thought Ruto was not worthy of that kind of debate. But, and allow me to say something that is very delicate here. I don't know if Mr. G will agree with me, but this is my critical analysis. I think Raila has become a tribalist this time around. Maendeleo inaenda Homa Bay, inaenda Kisumu, inaenda Migori, inaenda Siaya. If you look at how it's operating, Maendeleo imeanza kwenda, he's playing political tribalist politics, whereby now his people will benefit before he dies. I don't know if you are seeing that, unfortunately. And this is a critical thing to talk about, because if you look at even the succession politics, the way Mama Ida, you know, Mama Ida, when he speaks something, you ought to listen. Mama Ida said, Body will take over, isn't it? And then Baba retaliates, Oparanya and who? And Joho. But you know what will prevail? The Luo wants to take over ODM. Baba is playing a critical tribal politics that I never thought it should be a statesman. It should not have gone that way. Wacha tu niachie hapo kwa sababu nitanyimwa hiyo ODM ticket.
All right. I don't want you to really fixate yourself on ODM. We don't know what happens. In politics, a lot changes. Now, there's something that you have said, Mr. G, and today I really want to sound like a broken record. You have said that Baba really loves peace. Now, my question to you is this, and I'll ask it as how I want to ask it, in a way that it will benefit many of us if we were to open that can of worms. Does Baba love peace, or does Baba love being in position that he receives respect, honor, and acknowledgement? Just like one time Alex said, he saw Baba being saluted by police. That status quo of being recognized, kupewa mkeka kamili, sio nusu, kupewa a toilet and all that, to be treated prestigiously, is it what he craves for more, or peace?
No, what I can say, Mr. Jakes, Baba loves peace. He doesn't like that bloodshed. But now tukifika kwa hiyo mambo ambayo muongelea, mambo ya mkate siji ya nini ya full carpet, those are the things ambayo kwa zina rise hapo. Ukiangalia Baba utapata Baba most of the time huwa there's something that naliongea, there's something that the CS aliongea, this CS from Central Kenya, this guy anapenda kumtusi sana, kutusi Baba sana. Unajua mimi shida majina pale napenda from Central Kenya, there's this guy ambaye hata alisomeshwa na Baba, I think kuna vene Baba alimwambia, yeah, Moses Kuria say something that Baba like being in a opposition, but see opposition that cold opposition. That's something ambayo aliongea, and I think I can agree with him, kwa sababu ukiangalia what happened between the handshake which was for Uhuru and Baba, even though it was beneficial to us as Kenyans na watu wengi, but it was not supposed to be that way, kwa sababu wakati alijoin hands with Uhuru, that is when everything was silence. Wale watu ambao walikuwa kiba kwa nini ya Uhuru walikuwa hawezi kuwa, walikuwa hawezi kuwa summoned, waambiwa kwa you are doing, and it was not, there was no checking in that government. Look at this government sahi. The moment Baba ameenda kwa sababu anakubaliana na what Ruto wants, because he wants that seat of AU. Sahi kuna vitu ambazo zitakuwa zina happen, but Baba cannot question Ruto kwa sababu he wants his support. So what I'm trying to say ni kuwa Baba, as much as he loved that peace, but sometimes kwa anajipata on a wrong side. Unakumbuka wakati wa Jubilee, blame zote za Jubilee zilienda kwake. which was not really true, but zilienda kwake kwa sababu alijoin hands with the Jubilee. Now he's joined hands with the UDA, whereby a lot of the blames ambazo zilikuwa za UDA zitakuja kwake. But it's not that he at a happened peace. Baba loves peace. Si ati anajitakia yeye mwenyewe kivyake, no. I cannot.
I love how you have answered, because you have like agreed and disagreed on the two issues. Look at this from this angle. You have said it so well. I couldn't even have put it as how you have put it. That apart from 2013 to 2017, if you look at all his life in politics, in one way or another, he has been rewarded by any regime. Moi made him an SG in Kanu, all right? And I think a minister, I can't remember. Kibaki gave him some roles. Uhuru did the same. Ruto has even done it even to a higher extent. I think, I don't know how true it is, but I'm here to confirm. He has rewarded his sister as an ambassador somewhere. That is a matter yet to be verified. Two, his daughter has also been rewarded, and him now is equally going to be rewarded. Why am I saying you have answered it so well? Is because despite him losing, he still doesn't walk out empty-handed. Now, Alex, how would you define that? What does he really stand for? Because somehow, his supporters, even now, at times always feel, hapo ni kama tulichezwa. Hapo ni kama that's not what he anticipated from Raila Odinga. What really happens after he loses the election?
Yes. No. It's difficult to analyze that, especially when I'm anticipating to be a politician. But let me say something that is utterable. Nobody can tell you the truth. I think Baba has become an asshole. We believe
you would say that, but I'll have to Google how to censor some words, but go on. Where? I did not discipline say that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the one thing I can say. If you look at when we were denied our election victory, we came to March 20th, our day with destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Then we uttered it to a revolution. Then we went to Maandamano. Then we went to bipartisan. Then we went to an article report. Look. I mean, this is a man who is not stable enough to stick his feet to the cement and let it dry.
Mm-hmm.
And he played bad politics with us. Let me tell you one thing, Mr. Jakes, that was the most difficult thing. We used to be in Mutembei, and after the elections, the whole country went mute after Ruto was given the presidency. And that was one of the most difficult moments. Perhaps, in fact, I went into depression. I totally went into depression, Mr. Jakes. And after that, we had to bankroll Bunge la Mwananchi, whereby we started hosting people like Omosh 1 Hour, people like Kimbi, Songa, Nuru Okanga, so that we can rejuvenate the politics of Kenya. Okay? Unfortunately, I think if it were not for the historicity of what Papa did for many years, okay? For many years, so we have to look from far. I think Baba is finishing the race in the wrong way. I could not believe that Baba, in one way or the other, one time he would sit with William Samoei Ruto and support him. It's a great disappointment for me. But nevertheless, it has happened. We say politics, there is no permanent enemies in politics. It's the interests. I don't know which interest Baba has in terms of what I can call political expediency. But to some of our core contenders and people who have supported Baba for a long time, it's a great disappointment that we see that William Samoei Ruto is being given legitimacy as the president. Let me finish it there. And I know Mr. G will rebuttal that.
No, it's not
Mr.
about
G,
rebuttaling. It's not about
Mr.
rebuttaling.
G, as a sound supporter of Raila Odinga, there's something when Alex has said that somehow Raila Odinga does not step his foot on the ground and it cements. Like when he says this is where we go, kidogo kidogo will see a different turnaround. He was sworn in as the people's president, all right, on January 29th, 2018. 29th of January. I want you to get these dates correctly. Exactly how many days? Exactly 39 days later, after he was sworn in as the people's president in Uhuru Park. Exactly 39 days, less than 2 months, because the handshake happened on the 9th of March, January, the 9th of March 2018. Honestly, after people were humiliated, others were deported, others were taken out of the country because they were told they were not Kenyans.
Jex,
After
hold
all
on a minute. Jex, hold on there. Do you know that? Do you know if you look at that video very well, when Baba was being inaugurated as the people's president, if you look at that podium, you know I was there in front of them. You know I was part of the people who were there. It was an historic day. I looked from the other side of Integrity Center. It was a mammoth of crowd, and people came in support of Baba.
Yes.
And
but exactly 39 days later,
for Baba to degenerate to the, there's a guy who used to call Duke Mainga. You remember Duke was an ardent supporter of Baba, and then he left Baba because of the handshake. I felt so bitter for Baba to go to the handshake of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because after even the Supreme Court pronounced the elections were null and void. So sometimes I don't know how to judge Baba. It's only that I have this liking for him that I don't want to criticize him, but he has made critical political mistakes. And I'll tell you, they're critical political mistakes. Now, if you look on how Winnie Odinga became the Ayala MP, it was through the support of William Samoei Ruto. And he's going to the AU through the courtesy of William Samoei Ruto. Hapa tumechezwa bwana. But wacha tu niache hivyo kwa sababu siasa nitaingia.
Now to my question, Mr. G. 39 days. 39 days. What was the justification? Look at this one. After the so many mandamanos, barely a year, he's already gunning for a different position with the help.
Before Jax, before Nani, Mr. G comes there, remember what happened. I want to put us in the history of what happened. We were supposed to have the inauguration of Baba in December. We kept on postponing from August, tukakuja November, tukakuja December. Finally, it happened, was it January?
January. Yeah, January 29th. Yeah.
During that time, there were negotiations that were going on between him and Muigai Kenyatta.
Yeah.
So by the time tunaenda kumwapisha kama people's president, it's because of the pressure of Miguna. If I can let you understand, Jeff Koinange, in his submission to Miguna when he was deported from Kenya, wakamdunga hilo shindano, wakampeleka Dubai, from Dubai wakamleta Canada. If you remember very well, have you ever watched the interview of Miguna and Jeff Koinange in Washington, D.C.? In that interview, Miguna said he had formidable and robust people who wanted us to have a revolution in Kenya. The military was ready, and everybody was ready. And Baba disappointed us. His Baba, Mama Ngina, went and spoke with Muigai Kenyatta, courtesy of Muhoho, and I hear that I'm not sure about this. It's something in the corridors of power that Ida ndiye aliongea na nani, bibi ya Margaret Uhuru, and that was the first time Baba really disappointed us. But the handshake did bring a couple of things that were good, because it elevated Matiang'i, who really led that country in a very good way. Because Uhuru is obviously a drunkard. He didn't know what he was doing. But Dex, let me tell you for sure. And Mr. G agree with me. Baba has disappointed us.
Okay.
Exactly.
Mr. G,
exactly.
How would you explain that? Because I'm asking you this because just during Maandamano, we could hear, and this was coming later on, Suluhu was around. No one noticed. Suluhu came. Obasanjo would come. They would meet with the president and discuss. And then eventually, all this is happening. And then now we're finding out that kumbe there were maybe some agreements that came up that, where Mzee, relax, we'll get your position. And that is where probably we're now talking of AUC. So I ask you correctly, when it comes to him and his supporters, what does he first look at? Is it his supporters who come first, or himself?
Okay, to come to your question, Mr. Jakes, I agree with everything that you have said and what Alex has said. And that's why you remember when I gave my submission, I told you guys that Baba was supposed to retire honorably, but haja retire honorably. Coming out with this politics, we expected him to come out as somebody who is honorable. But imefikia mahali ametoka kama mtu ambaye ametuangusha, mtu ambaye ametubetray. Let me go back. I expected, I knew that Baba will bring revolution in this country. But at this moment, ukiniambia ataleta revolution, he cannot bring revolution in our country. When we had a date with Destiny, when he promised that we are having a date with a Destiny, I believe that this time round,
March
Baba
20th.
I believe 20th. That this time tutakuwa na revolution. But what happened, it didn't disappoint. And I am in the group of sound candidates. There's a time that when I look at that situation, I told guys in that group that Baba Baba atakuja which word can I use? Baba will nini? Okay, let me talk in Swahili. No, not encourage. Baba atatangaza Ruto kama president. He will just declare him as a president. Yeah.
Okay.
Legitimize.
Yeah. Legitimacy. Yeah, that is the word I wanted to use. He will legitimize Ruto as the president. I told those guys in the group. But even the respectable people ambao I respect, the closer friends, and the big people that even Kina Mama Julia call me a mole. By the moment I say that Baba will legitimize Ruto as the president, I was called a mole in that group. And that is one of the reasons I stopped even commenting in that group. Because I saw it. But these people, they never saw what I was saying. So they thought that I'm just a mole in that group, trying to tell them things that will never happen. Going to your question now, Baba has really disappointed us. I'm disappointed so much. At this moment, anatuacha in a position whereby we cannot even defend ourselves. Because ukiangalia at the moment, no one fits in his shoe. No one fits in his shoe. So for that one person who will rise and bring revolution, hatuoni ni nani? Because watu ambao wamebaki mtu kama Ruto, and mtu kama Kalonzo can never bring revolution in our country. This is a guy ambaye anaweza pewa pesa na akaambiwa kuja kufanya kazi ama apewe any post. And then anakuja anafanya kazi nao. You see, other people ambao wamesimama, people like kina Joho, ni watu wa kujipiga kifua, but they cannot stand akaleta that revolution. I saw somebody like Babu Wino, sasa naona anaanza kuongea lazima kwa kwa hiyo siji meeting na anataka kuongea awe siji the leader, anataka kuwa the leader of the ODM ama nini. Who to me Babu Wino is just a joker. He's a comedian ambaye hawezi that thing. So watu ambao wamebaki wote ni watu ambao they cannot fit in this shoe, in his shoe. And that's why I'm saying that I'm let down. Why? Hakuweza kunacha somebody who can take us to where he wanted. You know, kuna mahali ambapo roho yake ilikuwa, roho ya baba. Kuna mahali ambapo ilikuwa where he wanted us to reach as Kenyans, but hajaweza kutufikisha pale. Na kwa wale watu ambao anawacha nyuma ni watu ambao hawatatufikisha pale. So what can we conclude? To conclude kwa baba ametufaili. Sababu working with Ruto, you know, it's not that we have chuki na Ruto. It's not that tunachukia Ruto kwa sababu ametukosea kwa kitu fulani, no. The only problem that I have me with Ruto is that Ruto was in ODM. You see, Ruto, by the time we were fighting ile 07, wakati kura ilikuwa imeibiwa, we were fighting, Ruto was with us. Na aliketi Bomas almost 2 days, 3 days bila kuoga. He knows and he understands the pains of somebody losing election wakati umewin na umenyang'anywa. You see, he was there with us. But mimi chuki yangu na yeye, ukasiriko kwangu na yeye, ilikuwa sahi, he comes, he becomes the president, and now Baba wants to know what really happened in that exam, in that election. Anakataa hata kufungua server. He cannot even relate to that pain that he passed through when he was with ODM 07. Sahi ana ignore everything. You see, so he's a person ambao kwangu mimi namuita conman. He doesn't care of anything. So one thing, Baba let down. Another thing, working with the Ruto is a very big mistake ambao make in his life.
Now, him working with William Ruto and all I've been asking you is because of this question I'm about to ask you. During mazishi the wife to Denat Kimathi, I think, these were the words of these two leaders. Raila Odinga stands and says, I know you, Ruto. I know how you do things. And then William Ruto stands, the president, and says, hata mimi ninakujua vizuri. All right? Ninakujua vizuri. In fact, anaenda anamwambia unaweza nifunza vitu zote lakini huwezi nifunza uchumi ama economics and such. But this is how he ends the statement. Tutapanga hii maneno na kila kitu kitakuwa sawa hapo mbele. Now, if today we were to ask this question, did William Ruto know that the easiest way to calm down Raila Odinga is to give him a position, calm him down, keep him busy, give him an assignment, make it even very grandiose and prestigious, like be the chair of AUC? That alone will, you know, will give him goosebumps and he'll fall for it. Is that how they know each other, that anajua Baba will go for it easily? When you now look at all these things, can it make sense?
I think he may be right, because I've come to a conclusion that it is like Baba anapenda seeing he's a big man, ako na those wanaitwangaje au mapolisi au mabodyguard, having vehicles, big vehicles, walking in, ani mtu ambaye amekuwa respected. That's something that nimekuja kugundua Baba loves. And Ruto knew that ukipatia Baba any position ambayo ni kubwa, hata kufight sana, bora tu amekaa comfortable, amerelax, hapo basi mambo yako yatakuwa sawa. But at the moment Baba hayuko comfortable, hayuko na comfort zone, atakusumbua. So they know each other. That's why alikwambia kwa huyu mimi namjua, najua kitu kufanya. So I think walikuwa pia washaongea.
Wanaweza kuwa hawakuwa wameongea, but probably from there the scheme of things began to play out. Alex, you have found me asking this question that, and of course I've built it up from where I began it all, that during mazishi ya Denat Kimathi, the wife, the president and Raila Odinga came out and said the following words. It began with Raila saying, I know William Ruto, ninamujua vizuri, najua siasa yake and all that. The president again stands and says, hata mimi ninajua Raila Odinga vizuri sana. Kitu moja hawezi nifundisha ni mambo na economics, lakini tutapanga hii maneno na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Tutapanga hii maneno. Fast forward, right now he's already having something ishapangwa. Now, my question that you have just found Mr. G answering is kujuana. Is it that because William Ruto maybe knew that if I give a position to Raila Odinga, even make it grandiose, a position that is, highly recognized and highly appreciated, like ANC chairperson, that will calm his nerves, that will calm him down. From where you sit and from what we have now been discussing, is it something you can agree that is how they know each other, that as long as Uko settled in an office, you are okay, you won't disturb me? Is that how they know each other?
No, politics ni kitu ingine saa ingine inaumiza watu. And I can tell you that the negotiation between, if you look at the whole totality on how the negotiations were, William Samoei Ruto started negotiating with Raila before election. Okay? And Raila also started negotiating with William Samoei Ruto before elections. That is what many people do not know. In the event that one of them will win or lose, they had an agreement. Okay? So what we get here is not by culture, it's not by mistake. These people knew where they were headed to. However, now coming to your question, it's what I need to I don't want to say some things.
Let me add something. Let me add something on what Alex has said. It is Baba who told us that hii issue ya opposition leader post ni Ruto ambaye alileta. Kwa sababu gani? Ruto knew that hatapata the presidency. So he wanted that seat so that anaweza pata hiyo chance ya kuketi pale. But from nowhere akapata that presidency. So I can agree with Alex that these things watu waliongea kuanzia kitambo sana, even before election. Kuna vitu ambavyo washaongea, walikuwa panga. Maybe mambo ya AU walikuwa
hajaongea. In the eventuality, whoever will win or lose. And I remember Mr. G, kuna vitu zingine ukianza sahi kuzifikiria zinani disappoint sana. If you look at the NC National Government CDF, okay, and the memorandum, the 6th memorandum that was brought to Parliament. You remember that memorandum that Ruto sent to Parliament, Mr. Jakes? You remember that? If you look at it, Ruto said that he wants to form an official position of what is called opposition leader. And then he intertwined it with CDF and others. So the politicians had to pass it because they really wanted the CDF, because CDF was constitutionally said it's not constitutional by the what? By the High Court. Yeah. So that is when if you recall, that is when Ruto started playing his politics with Raila Amolo Odinga. If you connect the dots to form the straight line, The negotiation between Raila and Ruto started long time ago. Hii wakati tunaambiwa ati sijui our day with destiny, that was too late. They had already settled it.
I want you to remember something about that date with destiny. Even on the night of that day with destiny, there is a statement that he
postponed.
Issued. Not just postponing, this how he spoke, that the supporters felt, hey, when this thing was not to happen as we thought. At one point, he said that we will march to State House. Remember?
Yes.
Then he issued
a day before
and said,
it was 8 p.m.
a day before
that night.
That he said, unfortunately, of not all of us to Taenda,
Taenda State House.
Selected few ndio wataenda State House. That statement alone, some of the supporters felt, si thought tumesema ni kila mtu. So when you look at how he at times twist his words, does he do it intentionally to test the waters, or
Jax remember too. Remember too when these things are hard sometimes to talk about them. When Ruto was going to Tanzania, okay, he said, my brother, he wrote a tweet in X, remember? My brother,
yes, my brother, you know where to find me.
Exactly. Okay. And and you look at that, Ruto had gone to talk to Madam Suluhu because already Raila was also in Tanzania. And that is when they came, Junet, Joho, wakakutana tena Mombasa. Okay? So there were 3 meetings that were done. One was done in Dar es Salaam, one was done in Bondo, and another one was done in Mombasa. Unfortunately, but when you tell the supporters of Raila, they will not agree to this. And let me tell you.
That now brings me to another interesting question, because
let me finish my thoughts.
I really want us to because I want you to remember something that you are refusing to remember.
No,
In all maandamano, 2 culprits were missing, and here, Mr. G, I want you to help me. 2 culprits were missing, Junet and Joho. Junet and Joho are missing. Analysts have it that these are so close confidant of one Raila Odinga. And after the AUC issue came to be, guess who showed up? The 2 people who were missing came up. Mr. G, how do you explain Junet and Joho, who had even regalia showcasing how ready they were? One was to be a CS of lands. I'm sure Junet would have been a CS of something. What do you make of it? Now that you are thinking about it.
Mr. Jakes, I think hii tungeacha kidogo kwa sababu this is the guy ambaye was in the missing action.
Today I must push you to say it.
No,
you must
remember.
Yes.
Amejitokezea tu juzi and next start telling us the next government in ODM. That is what the word amesema at the next government in ODM. How then if at all kwa hizi miezi zote umekuwa missing in action? You know, Jakes, watu tumekuja kujua kuwa tumekuwa managed very long time. Na inafika mahali we really need other leaders who can lead us where we want to go, because this leadership ambayo tuko nayo sasa hii hatutafika pale mahali tunataka kwenda. But I wanted us to achieve hii sasa, manake the more tunaendelea ndio the more tunaenda ku feel that pain. Let's go to another topic whereby at least
tuende hiyo topic nyingine tafadhali, because this is very
painful sana hii.
You know, for you to heal, you must address the wound. But I'll postpone it for another day. I'll definitely come back with that one. Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, to Haiti. Now, Haiti is a country that this is a country that has been known to be. It is not a good country we can talk about. The Standard today has it like this: that Ruto walks on tightropes on Haiti mission. Why is he walking on tight ropes? Is because that the prime minister who was for Haiti yesterday, Ali resigned, or he stepped down because a lot was at stake. He was
in
even
Puerto Rico. I think he's in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, there's a country was to land in Akatazwa.
No, it was in Puerto Rico. He's in Puerto Rico.
So now he resigned yesterday, and that alone brought in challenges to the agreement that Kenya had with Haiti of deploying its police. You remember when the courts denied Kenya, sorry, when the courts denied the government from deploying the 1,000 police, William Ruto said he explained what the court had ruled on, and he said it just needed an agreement or a letter from Haiti, and as early as next week, when he was speaking, as early as next week, the police, there are 1,000 of them, will be deployed to Haiti. Now, ladies and gentlemen, signify that William Ruto was hell-bent to make it possible to have Kenya send its troops to Haiti. Of course, Ariel Henry, Henry, I think kuna vile wanaitamka alipojiuzulu. Now he sent that agreement that we saw Kindiki and the representative who was in Kenya. Well, that agreement or that letter or that signing ikakuwa null and void. Now I want us to listen in to what happened kidogo too. I think it's like 2 minutes, and then we come back. We now talk about Haiti. Why was it important to Kenya? Why is it that even US retrieved all its officials and all its diplomats from Haiti, but was willing to pay people to go and, restore peace in Haiti? And Kenya was willing to do that. We will be looking at that just now. So let's listen into this one, even as we continue with this live coverage.
Prime Minister Ariel Henry throws Kenya's planned deployment of its police officers to lead a multinational police force in the gang-infested Caribbean country into jeopardy, with experts arguing a lack of a functional government in Port-au-Prince makes the agreement signed in Nairobi between President William Ruto and Ariel Henry difficult to ratify. Ayub Abdikadir reports.
11 days after putting pen to paper, in an attempt to meet the test of equivalence as contained in the National Police Service Act, Ariel Henry, who ascended to power amid political crisis, exits the political stage in Haiti unceremoniously.
Moi, je voulais remercier le peuple haïtien pour l'opportunité que le BAM, ainsi que toute équipe gouvernementale, pour le servir avec intégrité, sagesse et honneur.
A move that puts into disarray the planned deployment of Kenya's police service.
The resignation of Ariel Henry puts us in a very difficult position because Haiti is now effectively in turmoil. The pretense we had of a leader of the weak government in Haiti is no longer there. So what that means is that anybody can wrestle power and effectively assume the reins in Haiti, including any of the feuding gang leaders in Haiti.
Inability to land in the capital Port-au-Prince after the Nairobi Agreement, with Haiti in the grip of gangs, piled pressure on Henry, who was holed up in Puerto Rico as wave of coordinated attacks cast doubt on his ability to transition the country to elections. Analysts also questioning the requirements as pointed out by the High Court before the deployment.
From what we have seen, it is highly unlikely that those provisions have been met. And therefore, any such precipitate move to deploy. And the judge was quite clear in his language. The judge was quite clear that any state officer, any institution that deploys contrary to the orders of the court will be acting unconstitutionally and illegally.
On Monday, Interior CS Professor Kithure Kindiki maintained the government's planned deployment is on, despite calls to reconsider the decision and the process.
Those who are exercising office today need to be reminded that foreign policy, however couched, is subject to public participation, is subject to scrutiny by the courts. Foreign policy is not personal. Foreign policy must be exercised in accordance with the Constitution and certainly in accordance with the law.
Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV.
And we've just received an update on the situation from Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Korir Singh. He says the government has halted the planned deployment until there's a stable government in Haiti. Now, this comes against the backdrop of recent government insistence on the deployment, despite a high court order, which stopped the. Of course, this is a story we'll be following.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
I like that outlook. I like that outlook. Don't change it. That outlook is good, right? Like that.
All right. So now let's go.
Three things that I can deduce from that. First and foremost, Ruto is a dealer, wheeler dealer. He got money from the US in the pretext that he's going to send our police to Haiti. 3 days ago, not 3 days ago, about 1 week ago, America withdrew their embassy services from Port-au-Prince. France also withdrew. Britain also withdrew. By the time the president of the prime minister for Haiti was coming to Kenya, immediately he landed in Kenya. Barbecue, the guy that holds the largest gun in Haiti, is called Barbecue, had captured the airport and many institutions. So, and I asked, what is he coming to do in Kenya? Because he's not going to land back in his country. So on his way back from Kenya, when he had signed the agreement, he was rerouted to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a territory of US. So, if you look at the history of Haiti, Mr. Jakes, you will understand why Haiti is having a lot of problems. Haiti was the first colony of Black people to get independence. You know that? And then from there, they were able to do a successful revolution. And therefore, they hosted the French people. And then, when the French people were hosted in Haiti, Haiti gave, the French people gave Haiti people what is called a fine of almost 300 million US dollars by then. And that was 1819. Okay? After that, that debt was sold to America. Okay? So America has been like the colony. America tried to go to Haiti the first time to control the politics of Haiti was in 2004. In 2004 or 2006, something of the sort. And finally, wakashindwa kabisa. Haiti is a classic example of how Americans want a failed state of African first independent country. And you wouldn't tell me, remember when Doe was the president of Liberia and the president of the US, by then George W. Bush, ordered that the guy should get out of power in the next 24 hours. You remember that? The guy that was taken to Hague later on, he went to Nigeria and then he was taken. You want to tell me that America cannot order? America, with its superpower, cannot order and bring sanity to Haiti, or they are doing it intentionally? America is culpable and complicit to the current situation in Haiti, and they are doing it intentionally so that they can put the African people in a red corner. So I don't think America is not able to control the situation in Haiti. They've just allowed it to degenerate, and they're allowing it intentionally so that Africans can look like we are not able to have something called self-governance. Okay? It's a Western form of neoliberal colonization. Okay, and I will use this word. It's a liberal intelligentsia to silence the black person. And Ruto fell into trap for it, so they wanted to use us, okay, to go to Haiti. But the situation has deteriorated. First and foremost, William Samoei Ruto has made his own money, because the money that I don't think our police is going to go there anyway. So Ruto will pocket all the money that he was given. He was given how much? How many billions? Was it 27 billion? 27. I think it was. How much was it, Mr. G?
It was almost 200 million, something like. I'm not really sure, but it's around 200 something million.
No, that was 200 million US dollars.
Yeah.
In terms of Kenya shillings, it was about almost. I've forgotten, but it's a lot of billions, and that one was going to Ruto's pocket. Now, Haiti, if you look at it very well, my personal view of Haiti, France has decided Haiti should go that way so that Africans can look like we are not governable. And it's unfortunate that now the Western countries are using, again, Africans to go create a lot of havoc again in the country that they should need to support. You want to tell me that this man called Barbecue is such strong that Americans cannot do anything to him? If we could talk, if we could take Gaddafi away, if we could take the former president of Iraq, Hussein, okay?
Saddam Hussein.
You want to tell me that this Barbecue guy is so difficult to get out? So this is a Western engineered form of deterioration that we need to refute. And Kenya is being thrown into that circus. And I will guarantee you that it was meant to fail. Now, you want to tell me this man called Barbecue can capture the airport, can capture the institution, personally, yet for all these years. How powerful is he? This guy holds press conferences when I do a Mali anaishi. Think about it. It's unfortunate that I don't know. Mr. G, what's your response to that?
Even as you're answering that question, Mr. G, what is the purpose of Kenya even involving itself in this war? What benefits do you even accrue to it? Is it even important that we engage ourselves in Haiti issues? How important is it for Kenya?
We are not supposed to engage in this. Kwanza, look at the difference where the countries are. Look at the kilometers between the two countries. And the way Alex amesema, he has put it very well, that America is a superpower country, that he was kosa to manage that issue. But now, why is it? Remember, Haiti is an African people, an African country, whereby the blacks ndio wako pale wengi. And now, to my knowledge, I think it is as if these whites wanataka kuleta that commotion between Africans, kuleta ile chuki, anatumia African countries kuleta that chuki. That's why they are going for Kenya. So, you know, mostly kama Kenya, mtu kama Ruto is a puppet of the white. Hangeweza kukataa. And that's why he's finding it very difficult kumingle na president wengine wa Africa because of what he's playing. Anajaribu kudanganya watu kuwa is an Pan-African, and yet he's not a Pan-African. He's just a puppet of whites. Kukubaliana na that issue, I think ni hizo pesa ambazo walialikwa, waliambiwa watapewa those billions of money. Na maybe washapewa tayari, I'm not sure, but pengine washapewa tayari. Now, to this issue. Okay, I wanted to look at it in a very different way, but maybe you can correct if it does not make sense. I wanted to look at this issue. For example, let's start with Kenya. Kenya tuko na watu wanaitwa bandits. They have been frustrating Kenya for a very long time. Nakumbuka wakati Ruto aliitwa kwa ile panel ambayo alikuwa wa discuss na baba, akakataa. Baba akisema kwa mkono wake nanuka damu. He was asked a question kuhusiana na watu ambao ni bandits. His response ilikuwa kuwa it is a political issue ambaye yeye amekuwa profile kuwa anahusika na hiyo kitu. Yaani imejitokeza kumharibia jina. That's the words ambayo alitumia. It is not kitu ambayo ilikuwa iko, but it is there just kuharibia Ruto jina. Now Ruto became the president. This is now almost 2 years zinaisha. Ameshindwa to act on that thing. What is really happening? Is this thing really a political thing? I'm not sure if it is a political thing. This is just thugs ambao wanaua watu pale wakiwaibia wanyama zao na ng'ombe zao na mambuzi na those other things. Now on this issue of Haiti, we have those guys ambao wamekuwa profiled as thugs, even though they can be thugs, we don't know, but profiling iko. These are guys ambao wako na guns. But now, Mr. X, for a man, ama for those men ambao wanapenda to change their rulers willingly, I hope kuwa wana change hoping to better their lives. Kama unapata somebody wataamuka wanatengeneza revolution so that the leaders ambao wanakuja kupata baadaye, they want to better their lives. That's why they do that thing. Ukiangalia kitu kama Jasmine Revolution. Jasmine Revolution ilianza na kale kijana kidogo kwa 26 years ambaye alijichoma. Hapa ingekuwa Kenya, huyo kijana hata angefunguliwa mashtaka. Akasema kwa nini amejua, angefunguliwa mashtaka. But that thing alone brought revolution ya Jasmine. And it took less than 30 days for that president kujiuzuru na akatoroka kabisa. In fact, he flew away na his family wakapotea. In this issue of Haiti, that's now where I want you guys to correct me. Because I think before those guys wasimame and take up guns, waende kwa street, kuna place ambao walikuwa offended with these leaders. And maybe they want betterment of their lives. They want to have leaders ambao wataweza kuwasikiza, waweze kutengeneza maisha yao. Can it be also a revolution that inataka kuanzia pale so that they can get people who can listen to them, waweze kutengeneza that country? Because I don't think kama inaweza kuwa just because of that word tags, tunawaita tags, and yet tunapata these guys hata as much as wana riot wakipiga kelele, they are asking for change, and that change may happen.
Dex, can you give me like 10 minutes? I drop my daughter into something and then I come back, please.
All right.
Yeah. Just and then I will listen to you on the candle watch and drop my daughter somewhere, and then I'm coming back in 10 minutes. So for that, you started.
All right.
Yes.
Mr.
So that's what I was saying. Can it be a revolution? Because before these guys wasimame and then they take up those guns, waingie kwa street fighting. And remember, they're not fighting only to steal. They're fighting because they want some leaders watoke kwa hiyo kitu, watoke kwa hiyo post ambao wako. Kama recently on this post ambao nani amekuwa the prime minister, alikuwa pale kama prime minister. but because of that act ya kukuja Kenya and signing that agreement kuwa polisi waende pale for the reasons ambazo sasa tuelewi ni gani, these guys wamesimama wakasema nini, this guy cannot enter their country again, he has to resign. Although on the issue of resigning, there's this, I think it's Machiavelli, and I like quoting Machiavelli. It's Machiavelli who said that a ruler who does not properly manage his business will soon lose his. Alisema will soon lose his inquisition. Na akasema if at all ataendelea ku hold on to that question, on that business ama that property ama anything about he's still holding on to it, he will find it very difficult and very troublesome to manage. So for Nani to lose his post, for the Prime Minister to lose his post, I think he did not manage his business well. That's why he may cost that seat. Now back to you, Mr. Jakes. Can this be also another way of a revolution in that country? Even though they are thugs.
It's interesting because, and we are about to listen to a clip in that effect. This is a country that the president of the same was assassinated. This is not the first time that this country has been in this position. I think back in around year 1993, thereabout, US tried to do what Kenya is seemingly wanting to do. There was a president who was a favorite to some of these countries, and the Haiti itself didn't want him. He was impeached thereabout, then he was then brought back. So it's a country that has a very interesting history. It's a country equally that I think guns there are easy to find, and crime there it's at all-time high. And we have several factions of people who seem not to like either some governance from different people, including the one who was there, the prime minister, who, according to many, they're saying he was not elected for that position. That equally probably rubbed many wrongly. So maybe we can listen into one or two clips, and then now it will really paint a picture of what Haiti is, and equally will guide our conversation, because there's one question that really burns my heart. Why Kenya? Why Kenya? Why send our people to a country that some superpowers are withdrawing their citizens from? They're refusing to send in troops, but they are willing to pay any country to participate in that, but not them. Let's listen into this, even as we continue with our conversation this fine morning.
Emerged after a meeting of Caribbean community leaders in Jamaica, and according to CARICOM, will clear the way for a peaceful transition of power, continuity of governance, an action plan for near-term security and the road to free and fair elections. Henri's been unable to travel back to Haiti after signing a security agreement with Kenya in Nairobi at the end of February. This was the outgoing PM's announcement from the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico.
Haiti besoin la paix.
After the Council of Ministers, it has been agreed to set up a presidential transitional council. Once chosen, the council will govern over different sectors of national life. Haiti wants peace. Haiti needs stability. Haiti needs sustainable development. Haiti needs to rebuild democratic institutions. I'm asking all Haitians to remain calm and do everything they can for peace and stability to come back as fast as possible for the good of the country. I want to thank the Haitian people for demanding what is good. I want to thank everyone in the government team. You have served with integrity, wisdom, and honor. God bless Haiti.
In a statement earlier this week, the Security Council strongly condemned the destabilizing criminal activities of armed gangs and stressed the need for the international community to redouble its efforts to provide humanitarian assistance and the deployment of a multinational security support mission led by Kenya, which has been slow to deploy. The council pointed to increasing violence, criminal activities, mass displacement of civilians, and human rights abuses, including sexual and gender-based violence led by armed groups and their criminal networks.
It is critical that we support the Haitian people with one voice towards finding rapidly a Haitian-led solution to the current grave crisis. The Secretary General continues to call on governments and all national stakeholders to agree on immediate steps to stop the ongoing deterioration of the situation in the country and to advance a political process that will lead to elections. He also continued to urge member states to accelerate ongoing plans to deploy and, of course, adequately fund the multi-national security support mission, which was, as you recall, authorized by the Security Council last October. And that mission is needed to tackle the grave security needs of Haitians.
UN agencies point to more than 360,000 people currently displaced in the country, with the International Organization for Migration describing a capital city, Port-au-Prince, under siege, with reports of looting of humanitarian supplies at the main port, as gangs wreak havoc on law and order in the country.
Number one is we need security. There have been, with this insecurity, it's hampering people from doing very simple things. In Haiti right now, taking your kid to school, going to the supermarket, going to work, all these things are extremely risky. You need security to come back to the country. I need to make sure that you understand that security is important, but it's not a case of guns or butter. We actually also need to focus on feeding the people in Haiti. Now, just a year ago, we had 20,000 people in Cité who were on the brink of famine. We had 20,000 people categorized as IPC5, which is the worst, most severe food security condition. We have malnutrition rates in Port-au-Prince, in some parts of Port-au-Prince that are as high as we see in war zones. So we can't just focus on security, we also need to support the population with humanitarian assistance.
The humanitarian response plan for Haiti, which calls for $674 million for 2024, is currently only 2.6% funded.
So, two key asks from UN officials on the ground in Haiti: security and a robust humanitarian response, which speaks to the urgency of the Kenyan.
Jovenel Moïse was assassinated on the 7th of July, 2021. The killing plunged the country into political, humanitarian, and security chaos. In the absence of a functioning government, and with a limited police force, rival gangs have increasingly seized control of most of the capital, Port-au-Prince, and more than half of the country. There is not a single elected official left in office, and Haitians have been left with limited access to fuel, water, and food. But while the depth of this crisis is unprecedented, the influence of armed gangs and their relationship with politicians have a long history. So how did armed gangs become embedded in Haitian politics? The origins of Haiti's political instability can be charted back to 1791, when an uprising of enslaved Haitians overthrew French colonial rule and won independence. But the resulting emancipation came at a price. Setting an unparalleled historical precedent, France forced Haiti to pay so-called reparations to their former slave masters. The first installment alone was roughly 6 times the country's income that year. So Haiti was encouraged to take out loans from French banks to make the payments. This became known as Haiti's double debt. This severely damaged Haiti's economy for centuries and prevented the country from investing in its own development. As recent as 1911, for every $3 Haiti generated from coffee taxes, $2.53 went to paying debts held by French investors. In the early 1900s, widespread deprivation accompanied near constant political instability, which saw 7 Haitian presidents either ousted or killed over a 4-year period. This led to the occupation of Haiti by US forces in 1915, who promised to stabilize the country, but instead seized control of many of Haiti's institutions, including the banks and the National Treasury. Under US government control, 40% of Haiti's national income was spent on repaying debts to American and French banks. The New York Times has estimated that had Haiti not been forced to make reparations, its economy would have been $21 billion better off. The US occupation ended in 1934, leaving behind a litany of human rights abuses, including forced labor, torture, and executions, and a severely weakened economy.
These people have something infinitely more precious than material wealth: liberty.
In 1957, a decade after the US relinquished fiscal control, the dictatorship of Francois Duvalier began. Ruling amid economic and institutional fragility, and fearing the deadly coups d'etats of the past, Duvalier almost immediately came to rely on armed gangs. In 1959, he created the first paramilitary force, known as the Tonton Macoute. They acted as Duvalier's personal guard and secret police, serving as a counterweight to the army, who had attempted to overthrow him only a year after he seized power. The Macoute helped Duvalier suppress opposition and brutally enforce his rule through massacres, assassinations, and political violence. And by 1961, the Macoute had become twice as large as the army. They continued to operate under Duvalier's son, Jean-Claude, and even after he was forced from office in 1986, the Macoute would re-emerge in different forms in the late 80s and early 90s, supporting different administrations. In 1991, President Jean-Bertrand Aristide was overthrown by a military coup that crucially included former members of the Macoute. This led to another US invasion in 1994, alongside a parallel United Nations peacekeeping effort, with the aim of restoring Aristide to power, dismantling armed groups and bolstering the police force. But despite international intervention, the situation didn't improve, and in the years that followed, armed gangs continued to operate in support of different political parties. A number of these gangs took over community self-defense groups, while others even fused with the state police. These groups form the basis of what are the established gangs in Haiti today.
The worst disaster in United Nations history. Survivors are continuing to die because of the lack of basic medical help.
On top of such a turbulent political history, Haiti has been rocked by a series of devastating natural disasters. The biggest of which was the 2010 earthquake that killed up to 300,000 people and led to thousands of incarcerated gang members escaping from prison. But the more recent earthquake in 2021, just a month after Moïse's assassination, sent the situation spiraling out of control. Currently, there are around 200 gangs operating across the country, with many in the capital, Port-au-Prince, controlling large parts of Haiti's economy. They profit from kidnapping, raiding businesses, as well as food, fuel, and other supplies. They have also taken control of key infrastructure, drawing income from customs, water and electricity, and even bus services. With Haiti facing a convergence of so many crises, the spectre of international intervention is rising once again.
In the present circumstances, we need an armed action to allow for a humanitarian corridor to be established.
Wow. Mr. G, this is a country that it goes way back. It has never known peace as its pillar of or anything. I think it has been war and war and war. What was Kenya to do different than what USA did in 1993, 1994 thereabout? What would we have done different? What training do we have to fight such groups of people? How are we in a position even really to help such a country?
You know, Jakes, as much as the country need help, that fact that you're taking there our policemen, I think it was a very wrong decision. And I think this is something that came up wakati Ruto anaenda. Ruto amekuwa mtu kutoka toka akienda mara ameenda America, mara sijui ameenda wapi. So I think maybe there's a time they were in a group wakiwa na discuss that issue, and then because of yeye akili yake anaona kuwa kwa sababu polisi waliweza kusimamisha ODM Azimio na maandamano yake hapa Kenya, akaamua kuinua mkono juu, akasema hapo na polisi ambao wanaweza kufanya hiyo kazi, kwa sababu ya ile mchipuko ya kuona kuwa imemanage ODM na maandamano yake hapa Kenya. He thought that maybe wanaenda wakamanage that nini, because I don't think kama somebody with his rightful mind anaweza simama na akasema his policemen wanaweza enda kwa such situation. Just look at that country venye iko, and those gangs, more than 200 gangs. Even though I talked about revolution in that country, which is true, they need revolution, but now dealing with this gang, I don't think kama America wanaweza shindwa as superpower. There's something hidden that we don't know that they need to tell us. Now for us as Kenyans, na president wetu kusema police waende pale, I think that I cannot describe it kwa sababu I don't think mtu ambaye ana kila anaweza advise president apeleke mapolisi pale, because kitu ya kwanza mapolisi hawana hiyo uwezo wa kupigana na wale watu. Another thing that we can ask ourselves now, these are gangs, tunawaita gangs, wakora, waizi wa kuibia watu. How comes the gangs wanaweza simama wakaamua kutoa their prime minister kwa kiti kama hakuna any other force behind it, maybe from America or from other countries ambayo inatumika pale? Can really gangs, waizi, wakora, majambazi wasimama watoe prime minister of a country, wafanye mpaka step down? I don't think if it is possible. No, there is power behind it ambayo ili force mpaka ule prime minister resign. So that power, inafaa tuijue ni which kind of power, because those gangs alone hawezi fanya hivyo. Now this is something ambayo for us we may not know kwa sababu hatuko pale, and this is a country that speaks a different language from our own language. Hatuwezi kuwa tunajua anaongea kitu gani. Now for us to come up with that decision that we are taking down our policemen, to me bado sikiweza ona any reasonable any reason ambao it is reasonable enough to convince me to kukubali that our policemen should go there. I don't see any reason. You see,
Now,
this thing, they don't resonate here.
It brings in several questions. Number one, how prepared are our policemen? Even on what you're raising, on language barrier, on even the terrain, are they conversant with the terrain? This is a country, as you have seen, even natural calamities happen just like that, like earthquakes, that kill. You have had one earthquake can sweep close to 300,000 people. With all that being said, our troops that were to be sent there, how prepared do you think they were to know what to do in a foreign country? That's one, with so many barriers. This is not like one place where these gangs are. I think they are almost all over the country doing all this, and as you have heard, they have even cooperated or infiltrated into the police, that we have police who are working with these gangs. All right, these are people who have already even captured what do you call this, police stations, airstrips, supermarkets, hospitals. They have captured almost all infrastructure in Haiti. The people there almost are living in difficulty. All right, probably they even have adapted to living with the gangs or with the guns more than living at peace with each other. How is Kenya prepared? If we were even to go there, how are we prepared? Our troops, our policemen, how would they have handled a situation that is not throwing of stones as Kenya is, or just random rioting here and there? This is nationwide, and it is beyond the throwing of stones. These are live bullets, and you saw from the clips I've just played, people shoot without any fear. These are people whose hearts are ready to kill, ready to fight. These are people who have mocked Kenya. I don't know if you saw the clip where they were mocking our president and even mocking Kenya for willing to go there. So how prepared do you think our troops were for such an encounter?
We were not prepared. It was a misunderstanding. Which word can I use? It was just a
misappropriation.
No. That word didn't talk. But I think we were underrating these guys. Yeah, it come. But I think we were underrating the situation. we thought that it is a situation whereby we can manage it, but we really underrated these people. So ukiangalia situation penye iko with our policemen kwanza wamekuwa married with corruption. These are guys ambao they cannot go for a war and fight for a war. I think maybe hata wameongea kuhusu the army, wameongea kuhusu the military. At least ningeagree kwa sababu military, these are people that are trained for such situations and for such circumstances. But now with our policemen, we underrated these guys. We underrated the situation so much. Because just a normal way. Ndio nilikuwa nakwambia, I was comparing it with our maandamano ya ODM. I think Ruto was underestimating what will happen. I can compare with the ODM, I can underrate those people. Akaona kuwa they are just like hii maandamano ambayo kunafanyika Kenya. That's why akasema as if, what if kama waliweza kumanage hii maandamano ya Kenya, maybe they can manage that maandamano and that situation ambayo iko kule, ambao there are two different situations. You cannot compare the two situations here. So on our side, we were not prepared for that, and I think ni Mungu tu intervene to save these guys, because wangeenda pale wote wangerudi in coffin. We were not prepared for this.
Now, when you look at this country, this is a country that has no one in government, zero. The prime minister was only there. The prime minister who was there was not elected by anyone, and even him stepping down was because of the threat that was sent to him. Even after he came to Kenya, he was like told, if you dare come back, there was a threat against him. If this country does not fear its authority, its people, its own people, how merciful would they have been to Kenyans?
If at all they were not merciful to their prime minister, do you think wangekuwa merciful to our own people ambao wanaenda kuwaua? Even I'm not sure if wangeweza kuland, maybe wangeland to another country alafu waingie kama ile gorilla. You know how nani Museveni alitake power hapa nini Uganda. Maybe wangetumia that style kuingia that country, kwa sababu kusema wangeenda airport, maybe hata ndio angeangushwa. I don't see if kungekuwa na any mercy, because these people, they won't even their prime minister kumwambia ukija Kenya, wakati ushafika Kenya mkia sign that agreement, don't even step to your country. Na ukweli hakustep pale. Sahi anaenda kustep in that country akiwa ni mtu wa kawaida. He's not again the prime minister as it was.
When you look at it, sorry, maybe nimekukata. When you look at it, and you look at our country, do we have a sophisticated troop? Do we have the right weaponry that tungeenda to combat the Haitians, tuweze kukabiliana na hawa magaidi? What do we have as a country? We're not a superpower. We don't have the very best of military or even the police. We cannot really rank it the very best. We have other countries who even come to train our police, and like Israel has its camp in Kenya. We have the UK has its camp in Kenya. They come to train us. This country haven't volunteered. Jamaica and other countries haven't volunteered. In any case, they have kept a bay, only cheering anyone who is willing. Do we have the what do you call it? Tuko na hiyo nguvu in terms of trained police, kuwa na bunduki enough, kuwa na enough protective, gear for our police. How do we don't have? Are we? I don't know what is the right word to us. Do we have what it takes to combat such?
We doesn't have what it takes. Kwa sababu if at all in our own country we have bandits. Na bandits hata si wengi hivyo kama wao Haiti. But tumeshindwa kuwa manage. If I have been killing tens, 20s, see how many our policemen wamekufa pale. So if at all we cannot manage our own ambao ni bandits too, tutadili vipi na hundreds of people, of gangs, thousands of gangs ambao wako pale. Remember one thing, USA is a superpower, ilitoa watu wake pale, majeshi wake wajenda pale. Sisi tutaenda vipi pale? Look at this country that you are saying wamevoluntarily wamepewa watu wao waende. The countries ambao wamevolunteer ni countries ambao they are very poor, ambao wanahitaji ile pesa, the $200, 200,000, is it $200 million? Yeah, those are the countries ambao wanahitaji hiyo pesa. Are the only country ambao wamekubali kuwa they can take their policemen, Kenya being one of them, kwa sababu ya pesa. But when we look at the things that take to secure peace in that country, Kenya haiwezi.
So from where is it? We are only doing it for the money. We are not looking at what we stand to lose.
It is just for the money. There's nothing we can offer in Haiti. There's nothing we can offer. Maybe tungetuma pale majeshi yetu wakajaribu, but still I'm not sure.
This is a terrain that would have been new to our police. We would go fight people who are in their home country. They know where to hide, how to fight, because there is where many have been born. That is where many have trained. That is where many have been able to overthrow their government from. How would have Kenya, if at all tungewezaje kukabiliana na watu wakiwa kwao? It's like, for example, if someone was to come to Kenya, our people know where to hide. They know how to live in Kenya, you know. How would our police have handled it in a foreign country? A country they have no idea.
Just ask yourself a question. President, the president, the president yuko, look at how alert the security kwa yuko, the intelligence. Alert. But this is a country where a police anakuwa shot na anakufa. Sasa tunapeleka just policemen, watu ambao hawajatrain kwa hizo such scenarios zikihappen. These are people ambao hawajui mambo ya war. They only know things about peace. Na kwanza peace yenyewe utaongea na nani peace if at all you cannot communicate the languages? You guys mko na different language, you cannot understand one another. How will you relate? How will you communicate to relate the peace? So this was just a misplaced idea ambayo ilikuja kwa Ruto kwa sababu ya pesa, akaamua peleke na polisi pale, which was not really what we really wanted. It was just about money, and that's why unapata the poorest countries pia zilikubali. Ona countries ambazo ziko sawa, which country ambayo imejitokeza? The country ambayo unajua iko sawa kabisa, the gani ambayo imejitokeza? Sioni hata moja. But the poorest countries ndio zimejitokeza kwenda. So this is something ambayo we had no issue. Hakuna kitu kwa tunaenda ku offer in that country. We had nothing.
And my question is this: Haiti, I'm sure it had police before. Is it the reason as to why it's like this? Is it because it has less police that it needs to be added 1,000 from Kenya? Is it that it doesn't have police, that their 1,000 would help restore what it's lacking? Why do you think their 1,000 would have helped that the many who are in Haiti who are police have failed to do? How would Kenya have done it differently from the Haiti police?
I see our visitor is around, but I think let me just speak something alafu ndo waingie kwa sababu ameshakuja na they have something to tell us. What I can just say is as I told you earlier, Mr. Jakes, these are people ambao wamekuwa profiled as gangs, tags, ni waizi. Can really a tag another force a prime minister of a country to resign? It is not possible. That's why I told you there is a force behind it. There's a force behind this thing. Ambao lazima tuambiwe. So taking there our own 1,000 policemen, it was not a solution. Because that force that is behind these people, it is very stronger than this policemen ambao kwa napeleka, ambao wamezoea mambo ya hongo na anything. I will let you.
All right. Equally, ladies and gentlemen, we have been rejoined by Alex, and equally now we are being joined by Sylvia Mora. Sylvia, good morning. I'm confirming time is kusalamia morning and maybe it's afternoon. Good morning to you, Sylvia. I don't know if it's morning where you are or afternoon, but karibu sana. Hope you are well.
Good morning. I'm well. Hopefully you too. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, yeah.
It's morning.
All right.
Yeah.
It's another fantastic morning here in Kenya. We are looking at several issues. What you found us discussing is the issue of Haiti and what it meant for us sending our policemen and women to that country. What would it have signified? Um, and those are the things we are looking at. Now, I know they're coming back, but Alex, you left us discussing that topic. And what I've been asking is Kenya prepared by in any way? Do we have expertise? Do we have the guns? Do we have the armory? Do we have the the ability to contain what Haitian police were unable to, what the US is unable to? What is it in Kenya that we are able to do that no country is willing to do and stop these issues in Haiti?
Some things, it's very ignorant. It's very,
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to put this, but what can we do in Haiti? Haiti, you know the history of Haiti,
Mm-hmm.
it's it's that is like a land of terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about crime.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing much in that. It's all about crime. Even the
Mm-hmm.
police themselves, they are terrorists. So we're giving out 1,000 police officers from our place to it is just a nothing. It's a nothing, and I don't know the reason behind it. I don't know what is motivating our president to do that. I have no reason, not even a single reason, and there is nobody who will convince me that we have a reason to send our police officers to Haiti, because I don't know what we are benefiting from that place. I don't know which connections we have with those people. I don't know. It's all useless. It's I didn't want to use that name useless, but I've used it. Sorry. We don't have a
It's
reason to
well.
do that.
And Sylvia,
Mm-hmm.
remember the Haitians, they speak
Yes.
French. They don't speak English. Okay. So how do
Okay.
you integrate them with our British English, and how are they going to communicate with the Haitians to help them? I think that's the biggest joke of the century. The president.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know really what our president is doing at some point. I used to love that man until he became the president. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, and I can't tell what he's doing because those
Sweetheart, don't say you loved Ruto. Of all things.
Yes, I did. Now should I say I didn't?
Oh.
No. At some point, there are some things I like about him. There are some things I like about him.
Exactly.
No, not that I love business.
I
Mine,
love,
if
I love,
nothing.
I love this word. I love this word you're using. There are things I like about him. That is a present continuous phrase, meaning you still do, and it's a good thing.
There are some
Um,
things that
but
really.
but the issue
No,
here is that you don't agree
but
with
Mr.
some of the
Jakes,
things. Yes, sir.
Jakes, I want to
Yes.
know exactly what does she agree with William Samuel Ruto? Because for me, since that guy became the president, he has caused havoc in our country. First of all, he took away the subsidies. The energies went high.
But he knows how to make money,
He has never worked for anybody. He's a double dealer.
But
Apart
he
from
knows how to do
politics,
it.
apart from politics, what has he ever done in his life? He doesn't have a manufacturing company. At least you can say Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has Brookside. You can say other politicians like Raila Amolo Odinga has, what do you call, the Africas or what? But what does Ruto own? Chicken farming or what?
How much
He's
do you
in
know,
real
Ruto,
estate.
about him? But there's something
You
about
know,
him
there's a lot about him that maybe we don't
we
know.
don't.
Like he owns insurance companies. He owns.
Amaco Insurance is I used to have my matatus used to be in Amaco Insurance. I remember when my two matatus got accident, they did not even pay me.
That's the story of so many insurances, not just Amaco. The president is in real estate. He has he has so many sources of income. Ni venye maybe if you just want to be political, you can switch them off and you say he owns nothing, or rather he has no business that he does. But hey, this is a man who owns a hotel in the CBD. What do you expect? You know, this is a man
Maybe you
who
should
prides
take care.
In a grabbed land.
whatever the state of the land, the building generates income, regardless of the nature of the land, whether grabbed, whether bought.
Anyway,
But
let's go to the next topic. I
so
don't want to talk
let's
about
continue.
William Samoei
Yeah,
Ruto.
let's not degenerate. Now,
With my Mr. Here, your problem is when you're opposing somebody, you
now the
oppose
problem
him
is
purely.
when you use that affectionate word, that is where you rattled a feather. And that's why you see even the poster he's sitting, he's trying to manage his heart, because
You know, you know where
let me
it's
tell you a
coming
story.
from.
Let me tell you a story. There is this story that goes on by many guys that umepeleka msupa kwa klabu, maybe there's a guest artist amekuja, let's say Jua Kali no nini, alright, amekuja kuperform, alafu endo umelipia msupa kila kitu mpaka entrance, alafu juu kumejaa hivi, unaweka msupa what do you call this place, unamwekelea kwa shoulders ndio aweze kuona vizuri kule mbele, alafu akiwa juu yako anasema I love you with all my heart, Jua Kali, you are the best, you are the only man for me. Now, what do you think as the Charlie who is carrying this lady who is uttering those words you would do, Juan Alex? So that's a joke for another day. But I think that's what Alex.
Alex, how you doing?
I'm very nice, Mura. How are you doing?
All right. So
What is wrong with your internet? It's not going well, I know.
all right. Anyway, let's come back to the show. Even as we near wrapping up, we are almost like we are like 23 minutes. They are about to wrap up. There are things I want to ask you, Sylvia. Now that you are back from you're very fresh compared to Alex and Mr. G. All these issues cropping in William Ruto's regime, the Haiti issue, the housing levy issue, the taxes issue, the finance bill, and all that. The question that I was now to ask all these panelists, all this that he's doing, is he committing a political suicide? Will all this be used against him, especially in 2027? If anything were to happen to their 1,000 police, if anything was to happen, and maybe we even lost some of these guys, can this be classified as political suicide from one William Samoei Ruto, the president of Kenya? Is he doing something that might jeopardize his re-election come 2027? When you look at all that,
I don't know. Russo is a man of agendas, and anything he does, he has an agenda in it. So I really don't know what he is up to. But anything he is doing right now, he is looking forward to 2027. That is what I know. Any step he makes, he is looking up to 2027. So he has his ways, he has his tactics, and we should be very careful because he will surprise us at some point. And these same Kenyans who are against him right now, they should be very careful because the way he plays his cards in whatever he does, it's a very unique way, let me say. And let me say, any step that man is making, he has a reason and he knows the result of it. He does not just do things, he knows the outcomes. So him involving himself in the Haiti thing, he knows he is gonna benefit somehow and he knows what he's gonna take. So he knows. So for us, I don't know what we should do because that man, his smartness. I told you I like that man, and you think it's a joke. His smartness, his moves, his tactics. They are on another level. Alex today.
All
So
right.
we don't
His
need to share
smartness, his
this.
uniqueness are on another level. My dear one, I'm telling you, hii imekuwa moto. We really need to find some ice cubes for one, Mr. Alex, because some words, well, it's well,
We
it's
must be
well.
very
One,
for politicians. Some
Mhm.
people might know his moves, but very few. But for the
Uh-huh.
normal Kenyans, the normal people, we don't
Mhm.
know. And
Okay.
he's gonna drive us so well. Yeah, he's
Mhm.
gonna win.
Mhm.
So
Oh,
yeah, those, those who can
so you
see
have already even,
should come out and say,
uh-huh. So you already anticipate that he will be re-elected. His moves are to make sure he's re-elected.
and there's no joke. He can't just lose
Uh-huh.
that seat. You can't just relax
Okay.
and say
Remember,
he's
this
gonna
is
lose.
remember this is a man who has never lost an election,
Mm-hmm.
and if you remember very well, in 2013 and 2017, when,
Try to sit up. Sauti yako inapotea potea, Alex.
remember when Raila refused to give him a political pact.
Mm-hmm.
That was 2012. It was
Mm-hmm.
2012, I remember. He was on his
Mm-hmm.
way to Nakuru, actually. Akafika
Yeah.
Gilgil. And then Uhuru called him and gave him half of the government. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Courtesy of Kutun. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy managed to rule from 2013 to 2017. He was the de facto president, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's during the second term that the handshake came in and he was able to be taken out of power. But remember, this is a man who knows the trappings of power. This is a
Correct.
man who knows the corridors of power. This is a
Mm-hmm.
man who has used his political
Mm-hmm.
prowess to his advantage. This is a man
Mm-hmm.
who has never worked anywhere except through politics. So
Okay.
for you to think that 2027 Ruto is going to be defeated by any other person,
Mm-hmm.
that's like a wet dream.
Mm-hmm.
The only person that could be a challenger to him, but right now has been compromised, is Raila Amolo Odinga. Apart from that,
Mm-hmm.
Kalonzo Musyoka and the rest, those are nonsensical workers.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at really the person that even Mudama the other day said it, Mudama said that the only person that will challenge William Samoei Ruto to come 2027 is Raila Amolo Odinga. But the fact that he's going to the AU job, he's left the field. And remember immediately when the guy came into power, there was this MP from Northeastern who said that we are going to squash the term limits. You remember that?
Yeah. The MP from Fafi.
Yeah, exactly. So we are
Mm-hmm.
looking at when it comes to 2027, immediately 1 month after he wins again, we are going to squash the term limits. And Ruto will become a president for lifetime as long as he lives in Kenya, unfortunately.
Now, so from where you sit, all these maneuvers are not political suicide. These are his making for re-election.
Dex, let me tell you one thing, unfortunately, that I will want to confess to you. Ruto will succeed as a president. Okay? Remember during Moi era, we used to have Nyayo wards, Nyayo housing, Nyayo bus, and all those things. So Ruto is trying to fabricate himself now from the Nyayoism to Rutoism. And the finance bill, the way I see it, is going to fight. It's going to succeed. The housing levy, the guy is going to build so many houses in Kenya, and he's not building the houses because he really wants to build them. He's going to build them so that he can kill the two tribes that owes the housing business in Kenya, which are particularly the Kikuyus and the Kisis. Now, if you look at what Ruto is trying to do, is to kill the Kikuyus' political might, which is the financial status of the Kikuyus. And remember when Kibaki came to power, if you can remember when Kibaki came to power, he made sure that the Kalenjin's financial might had gone down. That is when you remember the so-called Equity Bank started uprising, and the Family Bank came uprising, but the KREP, which used to be the Kalenjin Bank, fell down. So what I can tell you is this: Ruto is going to succeed whether you like it or not in his first term, but his second term, watu watakula mpaka mshangani.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, Sylvia, a question. And now this is because we are almost through with the show, but I want to discuss two things that are happening today. The impeachment of Kisii deputy governor is happening now. What do you make of the fight between Arati and his DG? What is happening there?
Dr. Monda.
Yes. What do you see? Do you see the Senate will save the DG, or the DG will go home?
I have not been following on the deputy governor.
Can you speak louder?
I have not been following on the deputy governor. I don't know what could have been that. I don't know. I don't know what to say. But maybe go and do some research and know. I don't know. If he is against Simba, Simba cannot hold it because Simba wants to work. And he needs somebody who is ready to work with him. So I don't know what led to that. But I don't know. Simba does things with reasons too. The same way Ruto does things with the tactic Ruto uses. If you look closely at Simba, it's the same. He does things with reasons. So he has reasons for that. And I don't know. I have no say on it. And Kisi politics.
Alex, same question. What do you make of the impeachment of the DG? It happens today.
First and foremost, let me tell you that Simba is a very shrewd politician. He's my personal friend. My personal friend, and I've known him during the heydays. We used to go to church with him in Satellite, Kanungaga, Kawangware, 46 ago. And that's when he started selling vegetables. He was a youth leader. Then he went to the Polytechnic. He became a student leader there. Then after that, he went to China to go to. Looking at him as he has grown from a counselor to an MP now from a governor, I don't think Dr. Monda will be able to survive the onslaught that Simba Arati is putting under his pressure. But if Ruto main fear in 2027 is the upcoming of Simba Arati. If there is any formidable player who can actually marshal support and take over ODM, will be Simba Arati, because he has the money. You know, Simba Arati is married to a Chinese, and the wife is one of the father's wife to Simba Arati is father-in-law is one of the richest people in China, by the way. And Simba is very loaded. So for that reason, Ruto might use Dr. Monda to finish Simba Arati. Do you hear what I'm saying? But at the same time, Simba is not going to go down like that. So this political playing that they are doing is a political gymnastics that Simba orchestrated so that he can leave William Samoei Ruto in a dilemma. Because I think he's the one who initiated the impeachment of Dr. Monda. Now, if you look at the politics of Kisii right now, Mr. Jakes, the people that, and this is where Simba Arati is very smart, the people that came into power with Simba Arati, that was Onyonka, Donya, the women rep, and the rest of the group that he was campaigning with. All of them now are fallen apart with Simba Arati. Simba Arati is remaining alone. So, and in politics, Machiavelli says, if me and Murar, we take over power, I must make sure that I sacrifice Murar, because Murar will start telling me that, look, we took this government together. So that's what Simba Arati is actually doing right now. He's finishing all his enemies equally. So I think Simba Arati, Dr. Monda can survive or not survive, depending on the politics of William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto may save Dr. Monda the same way the deputy governor of Siaya also survived the impeachment motion that was put against him by James Agnew. So that's my take on that, Mr. Jakes. Nakamerato umeenda wapi, Jakes?
Jakes, are you here?
I'm here. Just one moment. And why do you think it was important to impeach him? Because his impeachment comes at a point where we saw Osoro having challenges with Arati. We didn't know so much about the deputy. Why do you think it's important to impeach him? Yet Osoro is still walking scot-free, and there was a gun shooting at a public place. What do you make of that, Alex?
Okay, the politics of Kisii, you remember our former governor was Ongwae, and Ongwae used to come from Kitutu Church. And the politics of clanism now here plays a lot. And Simba Arati comes from the larger Bobasi, and those are the richest people in Kisii area. The people who own the town in Kisii are the Bobasi people. So he played the politics of coercing the people from Nyariba and Masaba. Now, when you look at why they're impeaching Dr. Monda seemed to be a formidable player so that Osoro can disrupt the working relationship between Simba Arati and his deputy so that he can prepare himself for 2027. But I don't think Osoro will be able to take out Simba Arati. Simba Arati is so much loved by the people of Kisii. For some reason, I'll tell you, over the years that I've lived, you can see that we had Sagini, who was a political player in Kisii. Then we had Onyonka. Then we had Nyachai. Then we had Magara. Then we had Matiang'i. But now we have Simba Arati, the most popular Kisii politician ever in the history of the Kisii people is Simba Arati. So I can guarantee you that Simba Arati will want to make sure that his deputy has gone home, because that is his wish, so that he can choose another person from charge in 2027. That's all I can say that.
Now, at one point, Simba Arati had a problem with the senator, that is Onyonka. Now he has a problem with the MP. He has a problem with the office where the former governor was residing on. He uses the Stadia as his office. Could he be having another problem that we don't know, as much as he's Simba? Could he be having a problem because he seems to have to pick up a fight with everyone? Sarah, Sylvia, sorry, what do you make of him? Come closer to your mic.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay, let me say this. Sure, why?
Okay, we can hear you.
Go ahead, now we can hear you. Go ahead, now we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
When you look at okay. Nothing like Simba has a problem here. Kisii had a problem with the fake people earning without working, and Simba is trying to clean that one. You saw him cleaning the matatu sector and whatever. So some people were getting this money. And when you look at our Senate, I never expected that Senator could be could be somebody who could part ways with Simba, because I thought they were the people who could make Kisii work, and unfortunately, my expectations went astray. So these people, Senator has been there. He was an MP from Kitutu Chache South. So there are some people who are getting something from Kisii County that are no longer going to get that something because Simba said no, it's enough. And those people are the people you're seeing who are going against Simba because they know their pockets are going to be somehow, they are going to be touched. They know that very well. So when you see Simba doing this, Simba is trying to make Kisii work out. He is trying to clear the mess that was in by our former governor Ongwae. And I don't see any problem with Simba actually. These people are their problem and they need to relax and let Simba do his job. They should do that.
On top of that, Mr. Jex, you see, in my interaction with Simba on a personal level, I was part of the campaign team that campaigned for him. And we were very close. And my interaction with him, the man is very straightforward. Okay? The man is so anti-corruption that you cannot sway him to give you a contract of the county government. He does his things very straight. So he's parting with Dr. Monda, he's parting with Onyonka, he's parting with Donya, is because these people had expectations. And the expectations that they had was that in the event they win the election, they were going to get county government procurement projects. But Simba refused to give them totally and completely. Now, you see, politicians thrive in what we call jargonism. It's in the US we call it yellow journalism. Yellow journalism. So I saw Simba as a person that has sealed the loopholes of corruption. For instance, there is one thing that he always says. When he came to KTRH, that's KC referral level 6, it was only making almost like 60 million a year. But right now, it is making almost 300 million a month. So some of the loopholes, the Onyoka, Dr. Monda, and the rest of the MPs in Kisi that used to take that money to their coffers. But right now, Simbarati has sealed all the corruption loopholes, and that is putting him in bad test with the rest of the Kisi community leadership, particularly Ongwae. You know, Ongwae had hired people who are hot air. And Kisi leads in among the people who have fake certificates. I don't know if you know that. I don't know which video are you playing. Which video are you playing?
This is live Senate sitting. They chose to do it in plenary. Now, what you're looking at are live proceedings from the Senate, where the DG, the Deputy Governor of Kisi, is being he's defending himself, or is being interrogated, or is being questioned.
That's not important. Let's. You see, Dr. Monda. Let me remind you
No,
about.
I'm just giving the feel of what is happening. I'll remove it just now.
No. Yeah, just remove it so that I can tell you something about Dr. Monda. Dr. Monda.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know how he came into politics? Dr. Monda, during the banana and it was banana versus orange, isn't it?
Yeah.
The referendum. Okay. Yeah. During the referendum, because Nyachai supported the Kibaki regime, we decided to vote for Dr. Monda. Dr. Monda did not have any amount of money when he was campaigning against Nyachai. Nyachai is one of the richest people, by the way, in that country. He owns what we call Kabansora. Kabansora is a limited group whereby he has billions and billions of money. So during the Chungwa and the banana issues, Nyachai supported the anti-referendum. And in his support for the anti-referendum, Dr. Monda came in and we voted en masse for Dr. Monda, and he defeated Nyachai. Nyachai could not believe it. So Nyachai had the privilege, okay? Nyachai had the privilege. No, Dr. Monda had the privilege to take over the Kisi politics as a kingpin. But then immediately he was elected under the ODM ticket. He switched side and started working with the government, and he lost his clout there. Now, the person who resuscitated him from the oblivion was Simba Arati. So Simba Arati took him as an option of his deputy governor. Okay, so he was dead politically because when he was given the seat of a member of parliament, people thought he was going to take over from who? From the child. But the moment he switched sides and he started working with the government, he lost the next election against my own good friend who we went to school together in India, the former Kitutu Chache member of parliament. So I can guarantee you that Dr. Monda, when it comes to the politics of Kisi, I think he failed the Kisi people because he was supposed to take over from Nyachai. and he was not able to. The same thing, Magara. You remember Magara, who was the treasurer for ODM? You remember him? He also
Omigo
failed.
Magara.
Omigo Magara. Yeah, he also failed terribly. So I can tell you that Simbarat has taken storm in Kisi. We call him Simba Netire, which means Simba is the light. And I can guarantee you that he can crush anybody politically when you want, because he has the money, he's a goon, and he has the means.
So even as this live impeachment is going on, we know here in Kenya, an impeachment is almost like a death sentence, politically speaking. Should we relook at some of the laws? Because at times I think some of these impeachments are politically instigated. They have no really backing by law or backing by substance, where someone is removed from office simply because I don't agree with you. You look for anything, you fetch for anything that can make me be impeached. When you look at all this, as you have rightfully explained, could this equally be a witch hunt against the DG so as to remove him if probably he's causing the governor not to work? What do you make of it? Your 2 cents about all this.
I don't know, Mr. G, I don't know if you want to say something, but let me interject
Mr.
on
G,
this.
Mr. G, ako kwa bank. That's why I'm yet to call him. He's seated in the bank
So
watching in live.
yeah, so let me interject on this, and I'll tell you.
Mhm. Go
A
on.
deputy governor, a deputy governor. Okay, let's go back to the historicity of impeachment in Kenya. The first governor to almost get impeached twice was what was his name? The guy from, was it Embu or Meru? Something of the sort. What was his name?
Martin Wambora.
Wambora, yeah. So he was taken twice to the Senate to be impeached, and then unfortunately, Mwangaza too has been taken twice to be impeached, and she has won that. Those areas around there, North Mountain, are notorious. Let me ask you, which impeachment has ever been successful in Kenya? There is no impeachment that has actually been successful in Kenya.
No, three impeachments have been successful. That for governor for Wajir, governor of Nairobi, and governor for Kiambu. 3 impeachments have been successful.
Yeah, but those ones were instigated politically. If you look at the Handshake brothers, okay, the Handshake brothers, Raila and Nani made sure that Soko had gone out of office, and therefore they put what? We put the military to rule in Nairobi. Remember that. Now, secondly, Waititu was also a political coup because the president coming from Kiambu understood that Waititu was an inacom, and they also took him. And the other guy from Wajir was because basically his wife was ruling. His wife was ruling what? The county, and they had to take it because he was an absentee. But if you look at true history of impeachment that was successful, none has ever been, unless it was politically engineered to favor the ruling class. So I don't think Monda will be taken out. Remember, the deputy governor for CIN was also taken to the Senate, and he survived. Do you remember that? And it is said that he accused Orengo of many things, but when he went to the Senate, he survived. You see, one of the reasons why impeachment cannot survive in Kenya is you will set the motion, you will set the whole train into motion, whereby you don't have breaks. If you look at our constitution very well, the role of the deputy governor is critical because he sits in the finance committee that decides where projects are to be met. The same way the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya does that. And that's why Ruto used his position cunningly to make sure that he became the president. So I can guarantee you for sure that Dr. Monda will survive the impeachment because it's in the favor of William Samoei Ruto, so that he doesn't make sure that the star rising of Simba Arati becomes eminent, but at the same time, it's also in the favor of Simba Arati, so that Simba Arati can also become more popular. So those are my 2 cents when it comes to that.
All right, let's listen in just a minute or so what is happening live at the Senate, because this is the live proceeding for the removal of Dr. Robert Monda, the deputy governor for Kisii, currently happening at the Senate. And the one now speaking, or rather the advocate on the floor, is Njiru from Kirinyaga, and he has been instrumental in sending some governors home. He sent one YT to home, and equally sent one Bwana Sonko home. There is also something interesting here. One Silvanus Osoro is in. He's the lawyer standing in for Munda. So it is interesting to see what plays out here, because Silvanus Osoro is sitting at the bench as well in support of the impeached deputy governor. So this is an interesting twist. So let's listen in now. Who is speaking at the moment is one Cheralgei.
Because lawyers that is representing the deputy governor of Kisii
Senator Fernandez
happens to be
Senator, to the later parties.
Okay, thank you.
Positions. Proceed, Counsel.
Speaker, sir, I hope the honorable senators are with me. Paragraph 48, all the way 15, paragraph 64. Mr. Speaker, sir, the paragraphs that I have highlighted
Thank you. You may take your seat, Deputy. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I will allow, on behalf of the County Assembly, you have 30 minutes to do that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is Ndegwa Njiru. Perhaps before I do remarks or statement with assistance of my fellow counsel, permit me to draw the attention of the House to the letter dated 8th March 2024, which letter invoked rule number 10, the 3rd schedule of the rules governing these proceedings.
Yes, Senator Mazayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be able to guide by saying which volume he's referring to, so that we are able to see.
So as you make your opening statement, please pinpoint the volume you're referring to and even the page where that document you're mentioning is contained.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir. The letter that I'm referring is the letter that was sent by the Speaker and the Clerk of the County Assembly of Kisii to the Clerk, which letter was seeking to invoke the provisions of Rule 10 insofar as of summons are in issue. And therefore, that
where is that so that the honorable senators can follow?
Speaker, the letter does not form part of the proceedings. It's
Okay,
the letter that you refer to.
the clerk just informed me it's being made available to honorable senators. May the copies be circulated to the honorable.
I am also obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as such, Mr. Speaker, sir, make an application pursuant to rule of these House proceedings, if assisted by Article 50 of the Constitution, that this honorable court summons to one Mr. David Hagai. Mr. David Hagai Oyagi works the Kisii County government as a Director of Enforcement and Compliance. The basis of our application, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that while the charges were being read out, the Deputy Governor, there was a charge that misuse of the county resources, to wit, 20 enforcement officers were unlawfully deployed and harass.
All right. Now, Alex, there's something interesting even as this is going on. What do you make of the presence of Silvanus Osoro in the Defense Council? Alex? Silvanus Osoro is sitting on the defense side of this proceeding. What do you make of it? It's interesting to even see it.
It's a conflict of interest because look at it as a person who is opposing Simba Arati. Secondly, as a person as a majority whip, he shouldn't be doing that because his role as a lawyer would be presumed that he will favor most of the senators are going to favor him because he sits in a committee whereby he gives everybody has to come to him in terms of finances when they have to buy a car, buy a house, and the insurance. So he sits in a powerful committee. I believe he should not use his position for the sake of it. But nevertheless, Simbado Osoro is not a prominent lawyer at all. He happens to be my friend too. In fact, the three people that I know that when they started their politics that were in ODM, that was Tibagendi, Sifuna, and Osoro, were very good friends, and they started politics together at the same time. And by disclaimer, remember, Silvanus Osoro used to be an ODM adamant supporter of Maba. Many people do not know that until they parted ways. So Silvanus Osoro is not a prolific lawyer. I don't think he can argue a case successfully and win against Njiru Ndengwa. Is that Njiru Ndengwa? Something of the sort. However,
yeah, you see,
he's going to use his political influence to maneuver the Senate in his favor, not because he's a good lawyer, just because he wants to show Simba Arati that he can. Unfortunately, you see, there is life after impeachment motion. The good question we should ask ourselves is this: Sylvia, can you put on your camera on? There is life that you have asked yourself after. Senate
No,
proceeding.
there is a reason. There's a reason I'm having it. I'll ask you just a moment. Continue.
Yeah, Nini, after the impeachment, when the lawyers have gone down, you still have to stay with your governor and try to work together. The question now remains: how will Dr. Monda, and Juan Simbarati are going to work together for the sake of what? For the sake of the country, of the Kisii County. If I was Dr. Monda, I would want to be re-elected again in 2027. And after that, I would want to succeed Simba Arati. The problem that Dr. Monda is doing here is he's taking his chances away of winning that seat in 2032 and making Simba Arati choose another running mate in 2020. Obviously, Simba Arati is going to be re-elected again. There's no question about that. I don't see anybody that is able to defeat Simba Arati in the politics of Kisii right now. So if I was Dr. Monda, I would reconcile with one Simba Arati. The same way you saw the other day when we went to the investment conference in Homa Bay, Baba came to Kisii for a 3-day tour. And that is whereby Dr. Onyonka met up with Simba Arati, because Onyonka understood that if he messes up with Simba Arati, he may not be able to take over his Senate seat. So if I was Dr. Monda, I would reconcile with Simba Arati, because all these 4 people were given money by Simba Arati to campaign. Onyonka, Donya, Dr. Monda, and I think a couple of some of the MPs on the ODM side. So I think it's suicidal for Dr. Monda to go against his governor, because it looks like he was chosen from the ODM part and he has defected to the UDA. And now Osoro is using him politically, what we can call political expediency. And I think his career politically is going to be finished. Simba Arati still remains to be the king of Kisii politics for a while now, until and unless otherwise something happens. Thank you.
Now, there's a reason why that photo is on your screens. I want you to look at the council representing Bwana Robert. You have Katwa Kigen, who is equally the president's lawyer, and you have Osoro. Could there be a chance that this equally has Ruto's hand in it?
You know, as I told you before, and James, you must know this, if there is a headache for William Samoei Ruto, it's Simba Arati. Because Ruto understands, you see, there are 3 kinds of pulling that happens in any country. There is political pulling, there is intelligence pulling, and the president anaambiwanga, you know, who is most likely to be his challenger in the next elections and how popular they are. So it's called intelligence pulling. So if there is anybody that will give Ruto a run for his money and a run for the seat, and who is actually acceptable throughout the country, is one man called Simba Arati. Watana wakina Joho, watana wakina Oparanya, watana, Simbarati has done the city politics. And remember, at even one time, he single-handedly carried the Kibra seat by campaigning for the previous member of parliament there. So when you look at the people that are representing Dr. Monde are the president's inner circle. So the president is using his people to make sure that Simbarati does not rise. That is why, you see, the problem here comes, if you remember, when the president met with Raila Amolo Odinga about 2 weeks ago. When they met with Raila Amolo Odinga, akamwambia Osoro alikuwa amekosea nani? Alikuwa amekosea Simba Arati. Alafu Kindiki was sent immediately to Kisii so that he can quell the disagreement between Osoro and Simba Arati. And Baba seems to be grooming Simba Arati silently or subtly. And if you look, William Samoei Ruto fears the person called Simba Arati. So by the choice of those two lawyers, you can see that the president is fighting Simba Arati now openly. It's no longer silent. And that is why I will tell you that this is going to succeed. Dr. Monde is not going anywhere. He's going to be a checkmate for Simba Arati for the next 8 years so that he can make sure that he does not resurface as a political might or a political group.
All right, interesting observation. The other thing that we're about to talk about just before Mr. Gia settle is Joey is about to be sentenced. I think the sentencing is equally happening as we are speaking. What do you make of it that Maribe was acquitted and equally appointed or nominated for a seat by Moses Kuria? And Joy today will know his fate, or is about to know his fate. I think the ruling is happening as we are talking. What do you make of it?
You see, Mora, can you put on your camera? You see, the issue of Joey is very unfortunate. Joey was used by politicians to eliminate that lady that was killed. And that lady, his life is shrouded in some sagas that we cannot really know what really happened. It is said that she used to date the speaker of Southern Sudan, something like of the sort. Some people say he had a political connection with the Juba city. Some people say that she had a boyfriend and they were going together with her to buy something of the sort. So Joey is a sacrificial lamb. And we must ask ourselves that who was actually the reason why Joey was used to kill that woman? Who used Joey? That's the biggest question that we should have. It is said that that woman had a lot of money. Okay? So until and unless Joey comes out and says, honestly, who used him, it's going to be difficult for Joey. But I can guarantee you this, and take it to the bank, Mr. Gates. Joey will go to jail just like Songa. And within 3 months, he will disappear from jail and start living a different life, and nobody will know that he was in jail. Because the people who used him to kill that lady are going to help him evade the police, the prison sentence. That's what I can say for you.
All right, Sylvia, what do you make of Joey's sentencing? It's happening now as we speak. I'm sure he'll be given a couple of years. What do you make of it?
For Joey's case, okay, for Joey's case, somebody, okay, this wasn't what, okay, this is what we expect after all those, and they have the evidence, but they should have gone deeper to this case. They shouldn't just have sentenced Joey without the main cause of Joey being have some people behind him. He is trying to defend, and they don't want to go deep to that one. Why don't they go deep and everybody to be served justice, just like Joey? If he is going to be sentenced, what about these other people who are not being exposed out here? Why don't they want to go deeper into it? In this country, sometimes it's so annoying when you have powers. People are really using their powers to demean others. I don't like it, and I don't support it. They have done it so fast than we expected. They should have gone deeper to bring the whole case, the whole package of the case. They are just doing half of the case. They are not doing the full case, it's half. And we needed the whole package. What was the reason behind it? They are just giving a conclusion where we still have questions to ask that we need answers. And they are not doing that. That was not fair.
And Jex, if you remember, Joey at some point was involved with the political activities of Jubilee. And he was an insider of Jubilee at a particular time. The conflict of interest is this. How did Maribe get out? Maribe got out because of the influence that Dennis Itumbi used to exonerate him from that saga. But when you look at the conflict of interest again, is that Maribe's car was used. Maribe lied to the courts that he didn't know anything about Joey. And according to the legal terms, that's what we call perjury. So she committed perjury. She lied to the courts. She lied under the oath. So she should never have been exonerated from this case. But how she got out is because we have a banana republic. Okay? So my take on this, if Joey can appeal on this case, she can put Maribe in a hot soup. If I was to be Joey right now, I will not be releasing songs. I will have a strong legal mind that will appeal against me so that I can go under the skin of Maribe and connect Maribe with the Tumbi so that I can put them in a strong suit. But you know what? The judiciary in Kenya does not work. So you don't expect that to work. But Joey is a sacrificial lamb of prominent politicians who used him to make sure this lady had died. And probably remember when this lady had come from Juba, it is said that she had a lot of millions in terms of what? Cash money in US dollars, and she was stopped at the airport, and that money was the form of contagion. So somebody must have benefited from the death of this woman by taking over that money. And Joey took the life of this lady, knowing that he is going to do what? To be given the money, but it looks like now one will disappoint. But overall, if I was Joe, I would say the truth, come up and say, this is the politicians that used me, so that he can fight his case very well. But when you look at being honest, na kesi za Kenya, even if Joey were to be honest, mwisho atauliwa. The politicians will kill him. That's the unfortunate case about
You know, he will be killed. If he comes out, they are going to cut him off. So maybe he has no choice.
So he's safer. He's safer in the jail.
He's safer in jail.
I don't know, Mr. G, what is your take on
But honestly, if I was to be Joey, I can't suffer alone. We go to hell, all of us, if we have to go to hell.
Mr. G, now you're back. What do you make of Mr. G, what do you make of Joey's sentencing?
Okay, I did not want to comment on this issue because, when you are a hypocrite like Joy, then you go to kill somebody, then you have to be punished. So to me, as long as
haujasemanga hivyo Mr. G, but ni sawa tu.
No, listen, Mr. Jake, this is somebody, because of money, unaenda kuua mtu. Why do you kill? To me, I cannot defend him. Na pia on the issue of Maribe, I know politics played. It is card ndo sababu Maribe akaponea, but on Joy, let him face the consequences. Kwa sababu you cannot just go and kill kwa sababu ya pesa and politics. Na unajua vile politics wewe inakuwa na shida. So to me, I will not comment on this issue of Joy. Let him just face what he
But what about these other people?
No, politics is a game of betrayal.
We need
Maribe. No, but no, so politics always focus on betrayal. Na kuna wale culprits ambao watasuffer the consequences. So if we cannot mention them,
so
if it's not ready to mention them,
Nani, Mr. G, if you don't want to talk about that, let me ask you on this issue that also is critical right now. The issue of maybe another case that is going on that has a twist, and I don't know if it has a political implication. The issue of Willie Paul. What do you think about Willie Paul? And Bahati and Diana.
No, those are the tricky questions that I'll prefer we talk about politics, because these are issues. I don't know if they are allegation ama ukweli. You see, there's a lot of allegation in that story of Willie Paul and there's a lot of allegation in this issue. Unaona hii issue ya Willie Paul and the wife to Bahati. It is very contradicting. Alafu pia ni watu ambao I'm not closer to them. So I don't know where the truth is. You see, that's why I'm trying to avoid to comment on their story. Because naweza sema kitu, naweza comment kitu ikawa nimeongea uongo. You see.
No, Sylvia, what do you think? What do you think? I think for me, what do you think the career of Bahati, is it going to be an up task hill or is going to fail? After them
Bahati is failing. Bahati is failing as a man, as an artist, as everything. Bahati is failing. Diana is already taking over Bahati. If you can see that very well, she is taking over Bahati. She's gonna be in control. She is the masculine one here right now. She controls everything. And for Bahati with Will Paul, those who are friends before, they should not allow Diana be the reason for them creating a beef that might last forever, or that might make one suffer forever. Will Paul is not safe here. Will Paul is not really safe, and Bahati as their husband to Diana. I think Bahati is the solution to this one. He should talk to Diana. If Diana pulls out, I believe Will Paul, if he is advised to pull out, he can pull out. But if Diana is not going to pull out, then there's trouble here. Will Paul might end up suffering because women most of the time when it comes to a woman and a man, a woman is gonna win. So boy child might end up being in trouble here. So let Bahati come in and solve this. He should.
So they're accusing of Will Paul of cyberbullying or what? What are they accusing him?
Sometimes we make statements. You see that, like the case of Obina, a statement he made that people have took it like he was against Nyako. When he is a comedian, he was talking and he made a statement, and people have took that statement, and now it's becoming the topic of the town. The same.
But by the way, I don't know what he said. What did he say? I just heard
I have to
overheard
go
it in
back
TikTok.
to his interviews. I have to go back because there's a statement. I had him give a speech and said, I don't know what I said in that conversation. By himself, he said, I have to go back, rewatch the interview. I don't know which interview was having, and see where I went wrong. And I am ready to apologize to Nyako if at all I had offended her. So the same way, Will Paul might have made a statement somewhere that was against Diana, and the reason why Diana is so bitter is because it could be true. It could be true because Diana.
But let's say, my dear, let's say that, to be honest, there are pictures surfacing over the internet about this Diana.
Yeah.
Diana herself, she has said it several times that she used to have about 3 or 4 men, one for clothes, one for rent.
No, Diana was not clean before. That is shit before.
And she was caught in camera saying that. So is it a possibility that is it true to say that Diana honestly ni kama luch? She's a prostitute.
I don't want to say that, please. I don't want to say that.
But those are the allegations. Those are the allegations. That's why I said, even me, I find it tricky to comment on that issue because those are the allegations now.
He will kill me one day. I don't want to say that, but Diana should just fuck off all this shit and see what else to do. Wachane tu hii story. She was with Will Paul. That is a fact. People know it. Why are they coming up with it again? If Will Paul made a statement, it's because it's true. Will Paul is saying the truth. He is not lying. So let Diana, let Will Paul be told, okay, achana na hii story, and let Diana be like, okay, it was an intentional.
Another story that I want to hear your comments about is Mr. G and Sylvia. It's the issue of Trevor. Trevor has alleged that if Muigai alimpiga na mkuki with a cooking stick, and I've seen if Muigai, the first person he was hosted with was the first person he hosted on his show was Andrew Kibe. Is Andrew Kibe bankrolling if Muigai to finish Trevor?
Andrew is a person of interest. Kenyans are working with interest right now. So let's not Mungai think that she will be safe at Andrew's. Andrew will use Mungai is. Mungai is the best choice she can make is to stand alone. That is the best. Even if she's gonna be slow, the best thing she can do right now is to stand alone. But going to allow Kibe bring in his shares to whatever he's doing, it might end up the same way it's ending up with Trevor. She should not.
Did you watch? Did you watch the interview that Trevor did? Was which show was that? There's this the interview that he did, and
I've not watched them.
Yeah.
I've
Trevor,
not watched those. Interviews. Yes, Trevor?
Yeah, Trevor went for an interview and he was telling it all on how the breakup became. Do you think that Trevor is going to survive the onslaught of the women? Because I see many women now are supporting him, right?
Trevor, okay, he might survive, but it's no longer going to be the same, you know. Eve was the whole package of she took the largest percentage, and she was the big deal, you know. You can own a company, but those people promoting your companies are the big deal in that company. If you lose them, your company will go down. So Trevor losing Mungai Eve, it's a big deal. When they were together, it was the best thing. And for Mungai Eve, she might rise up very fast than Trevor. But for Trevor, Trevor atarudi chini sana. Amerudi nyuma.
But do you
This is
think
going to
Trevor
prove
made a lot of money? Do you think Trevor made a lot of money that it can stabilize him so he can go to business, another business, and stop the showbiz?
Okay, I think they made money. They made good money. And if they didn't overspend, and if they have enough, Trevor should think of another thing, because Trevor has not been hosting. I think it's Eve who has been hosting most of the time, and he is not good in the interviews, so he should go for another thing or find somebody else who can host and try it out. But it's not going to be the same like it was before. It's not going to be the same. They were all a full package, and they have disappointed us, you know. They could be more successful
But
together
do
than
you believe between Trevor and this for you, Mr. G? I don't know if you followed that story because it has been trending. Do you believe that if Muigai was capable of hitting Trevor?
No, I'm not sure, but what I know, before I answer that question, I think there were allegations that it is Kibe who predicted their separation. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard the allegation that he's the one who predicted. Yeah. And then now after that divorce, even it's not divorce but separation, I think the guy offered Kibe around 500,000 just to come for an interview, and Kibe refused. So you come on here, and then he decided to go to yeah Eve. So I think the guy has a play in this thing, although I'm not sure. I cannot exactly saying that it has something, but I can sense. I think there's something that is happening behind the scene about Nini. Now, on the issue,
Andrew was the first person who said Trevor and Mungai, if they will not last forever. Do you know that? He came out first to say that one, and whenever Kibe is against something, it never goes. Akisema ni hivyo, be ready for it. I don't know how you predict this.
Mora, remember this, eh? Remember this, eh? When the separation started being months and months ago, before actually they told us that they had separated. In fact, they were living separately, and they say in their house in Kilimani. The house in Kilimani, they just used to come there and just change, and everybody was living with their friends. So then Andrew Kibe decides to go from the US to Kwenda Kenya. Is Andrew Kibe having a thing with Eve Muigai? What do you think?
I don't know. You know, Andrew Kibe will always come in his own unique way. I don't know what he wants. Maybe he has to put shares in Eve Mungai's project, and he'll gain from that. And maybe he never liked Trevor. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is against, but probably he is against Trevor, and he is supporting Eve Mungai.
You know, I've seen, I don't know, Jex, are you here?
Yeah,
Jex.
he's here, I think.
Jex, Mr. G, I have had sentiments.
I am here, sir.
Yeah, I don't know if you have heard this before, but I have seen Mr. Kibe having bad sentiments about kissing men. Do you think it's a vendetta against the kissing men?
But you know, Mr. Alex, this issue you need the how do you call them? This in Akibe, your near department yao. It's just the same like this year and in politics. Because these people kuna wivu fulani kwa wako nayo au wenyewe kwa wenyewe, kuna beef fulani kwa wako nayo. So obviously maybe there might be some beef ambao maybe Kibe ataki nani aendelee, ataki Trevor aendelee. That's why he's bringing in some issues between Odopia on the issue of women. You cannot know what really happened kwa sababu mwanamke ni mtu ambaye anaweza kukuchezea akili, and if at all kama hakupendi utajua kuna issue, but kama anakupenda he may be playing you na hautaijua kwa anakuplay. So there's something that we cannot say really what is really happening, but there's a beef between these two guys ambao mmoja anataka mwingine awe na downfall. So on the issue of kissing men,
And
I'm not sure
Ruto,
because just here.
and Rukibe has never liked kissing men. He says it's all about
He says
the
bad things
other
about.
guy.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. If
Yeah.
Muigai, and this is a very sensitive question that I'm going to ask. And I want you to be honest enough. As a lady, you tell me, if Muigai for a very long time denied her own child that she had an Aishiri Saf, do you think if Muigai denying her own child was a good thing? Because for a long time she refused to say she had a child.
I don't know why most ladies, the socialites are and celebrities are coming out like they don't want to say they have kids. No, that was not right, because our internet does not forget, and at some point in this lifetime these kids might find that video that your mother once said she does not have a kid, and the kid will be like, you never said you had a kid, so how am I going to be your kid now? That's very wrong. There's no way you're going out here on camera saying you do not have a kid when you have a kid. It's gonna come. People no longer think about tomorrow. Tomorrow is coming. Your kid is growing, and she or he will be in this internet, and she'll meet what you are saying, and it's not going to be fair to the kid. For her, she might not see what is wrong with it, but it's not going to be fair to the kid. And the kid will be told, your mother said this. So it's not fair. It's not good as a woman. Just say I have a kid. It's not going to cost you anything. Yeah.
So apart from politics, there are other things that are trending in Kenya. And
a lot.
There is this one thing that actually has catched the sensation of Kenyans right now. I think, Mr. G, I don't know if you know that. Unakuanga TikTok?
Yeah, once in a while, pitia huko.
So there's issue that I see there is a big fight between Nyako and Ako there. What's your take on that?
These two people, they're comedians. So maybe inaweza kuwa it's just a narrative to get views, because the more you get views, the more you are being paid on this media platform. So to me, I always take Nyako and as comedians, people who are not serious. Maybe it may just be a creative thing. Ionekane kuwa ni beef, but they are focused on getting some views so that they can get money. But kuna hiyo issue imekuwa for a very long time. So I'm not sure, because there are two women, and I'm not sure if they are really fighting, because always women fight for a man. Na sijaona kama kuna mwanaume ambaye ako na kore amefuata Nyako. So the beef, I don't know where it's coming from.
So
maybe inaweza kuwa kitu imekuwa created.
If I may ask you, Sylvia, help me here, Sylvia. If you look at the whole issue, Yeah, all the way she's been trending for the last, was it 1 week or 2 weeks? Is it Big Daddy who betrayed him, or did Big Daddy betray him?
Betray who, Nyako? Yeah, that's a betrayal. You know, if I have a relationship with maybe Jax today, and it's out there, so who betrayed me? It's Jax.
So do you believe Big Daddy in the early
Just for a
points
moment.
of
At what has Jakes done? I've had Jakes and just one moment. This is now the live sentencing of Joey. I really want to hear the years he will be jailed, and I want us to be the first ones to air it. But let's go on as we comment. It's happening. This is live. It's go on.
Oh, man.
So
But I have heard Jakes. What has Jakes done, Madam Sylvia?
Okay, let me not use Jax. Let me use my Mr. Who
Please
could
use Mr. G. Mr. G is the one whose heart was broken, juicy. So
See, Juicy.
I tell to me, Mr. G, for that example. So,
by the way, where did Pogon go to? If we invite Pogon to the live, where did Pogon go
I will talk about him in a minute.
Let me use my.
to? So another issue I've seen trending again today is the issue of Ida Odinga relationship with Akode. What's your take on that?
Ida with Akote. I don't even know the story behind Ida and Akote, but Ida is not supposed to come into this life of social media of the likes of Akote and Nyako. She should not.
So
she
she's
should not.
making
But they have been friends.
Nyako is a brand,
They have been friends
Akote
for
is a
long.
brand. They both
Yeah,
have
but between between
they
Akode
both have
and
ego.
Mama Ida,
And if Ida is going to you
Sylvia, we can't
know,
hear you very
anybody
well.
who will support Akode. Wait. Let me check on my network.
yeah, as she fixed Nini, I think Akode
Go ahead.
and Ida, they have been friends for a very long time. Akode and Ida. So I'm not sure if maybe Ida anaweza kuwa anaingilia because of this issue that has raised up between Akode and the other woman. He just their friendship because I remember even the time walikuwa na ile harusi. It is Mama Ida who promised to bring a TV. Sijui ni inchi ngapi atapatia Akode. I don't know if alimletea ama, but they are just friends for a very long time.
So you believe the friendship between Akode and Mama Ida is not a good relationship?
No, they're just friends.
On
No.
that,
Go
Alex,
ahead.
did Ida make any statement against Nyako or what? Or is Nyako against Ida?
We can't hear you. Hebu toa Bluetooth. Ama toa nini? Sylvia, hebu toa, just use your normal phone. Wacha kutumia Bluetooth ama nini earphones.
I'm not using any Bluetooth.
Then why are you disappearing?
I don't know.
So Jax, let me take the moderator seat today, and I get your take on the Mount Kenya politics. Who do you see that will now that Mount Kenya, or the larger the mountain, has been swallowed by William Samoei Ruto, who do you see as a resurgent kingmaker that will come out of the mountain in the future? Can Ndindi Nyoro make it, or Gachagua, or Moses Kuria? Who do you think will become, in the end of the day, the kingpin of the mountain?
I don't know how to be a panelist, but I'll try for this particular one. But I'll try for only a few seconds before this judge gives a ruling. She's almost reading it, so once I'm through, we'll definitely listen to her. This is what I'll say. There is a new college of young politician, and this young politician will inform how the politics of Kenya will shape up. It might be an interesting combination moving forward. Of course, moving forward will not just be a given region, Mount Kenya. No, no, no. It will be different political spheres informing each other. For example, you would maybe get um, uh, someone like, let's say, Jende Nyoro working with, let's say, Babowino. It won't be about Mount Kenya, Luo. No, no, no. It will have things that inform the two coming together. So the politics then is from here henceforth will be informed by so many things. Of course, .com generation, how to tap into the youth, how to tap into the generations that didn't taste the rule of Moi or even Kibaki per se. So the dynamics will change. So because these are populations that will not really mind Mount Kenya or mind coast or mind tribe, the Generation Z, as they call it. So what will inform it is things that wanna feel, things that they can relate with. So this is what I want to say. Going forward, these stories are Mount Kenya, blah blah blah, might change as we know it. And having said that, here is the most important part I was wanting us to listen to, and that is the ruling. Can we listen in?
Sure, sure. We are allergic to silence. Can't hear. Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes.
We are allergic to silence.
216 and 326 that I've just spoken to, the Supreme Court in Muratetu case had this to say at paragraph 43. So it said that therefore from the reading of these sections, it is without doubt that the court ought to take into account the evidence, the nature of the offense, and the circumstances in order to arrive at an appropriate sentence. And in compliance, therefore, this court directed the parties to file their submissions. And as I indicated last time, the court had the opportunity to receive, to read, and to consider the submissions by the prosecution, the victim's family, and finally, mitigation by the accused person. For the benefit of all of us, I will, in a nutshell, summarize what the prosecution have invited this court to take into account before meting out the sentence. Again, very briefly. The prosecution submissions are dated 6th of March, 2024. Before those submissions, the court had sought for the records of the accused person. The court received the records and the accused person is indeed a first offender. That fact has been considered in this decision. My understanding of the submissions by the prosecution are that they have invited this court to look at the aggravating factors in this matter. And they have outlined them as follows, and I will read them out. The prosecution invites this court to note that on 20th day of September 2018, the deceased Monica Nyawira Kimani's lifeless body was found inside a bathtub with her throat brutally slit and hands tied. The court is invited to note that the post-mortem report produced by Dr. Peter Ndegwa confirmed that the deceased Monica Nyawira Kimani died due to severe neck injuries due to a sharp force. The court is being invited to consider that there was serious and grievous harm occasioned to the deceased. The court has been, and that the offense was an intricate planning. There was intricate planning of the offense. And in capital letters, the court has been invited to note that there was no degree of provocation from the deceased person towards the offender. And finally, the court has been invited to note that after commission of the offense, there was an attempt to conceal the evidence. Not finally, there's one more. The court has been invited to consider that the crime had serious physiological and physical harm to the victim and the family. Based on these factors, the prosecution argues that this court should mete out the sentence as provided for under the law. They have invited this court to note that despite the decision in the case of Muratetu, the only thing that that case did was to declare, and I will put it clearly, that the mandatory, I will repeat, the mandatory nature of the death sentence is unconstitutional, and that he did not declare the death sentence unconstitutional. And so without going into other areas of submissions which are reflected in my judgment hearing, the prosecution invited this court to pronounce a death sentence. The victim's family, in their submissions dated 7th of March, drew the court's attention to the sentence provided for the offense of murder, which sentence is stipulated under Section 204, which says that a person convicted of the offense of murder shall suffer death. They led the court through the objectives of sentence, which I've spoken to, and therefore I'll not repeat. And they invited the court to take cognizance of the fact that the accused person before the court did not play a peripheral role in the commission of the offense, but he was the main perpetrator of the offense. In that, they are saying that he did not only steal an ID card of a third party, but used it to disguise his identity, changed his clothes and went to the deceased's house and brutally murdered her. They described the murder as being cold-blooded, ghastly, and barbaric. They have invited this court to consider that no amount of monetary compensation can ever bring the deceased back. And they have invited this court to note that the death of the deceased occasioned the family a lot of economic loss, as the business of the family that she was manning in South Sudan collapsed, and that it was the only means of income for the family. Finally, the accused person filed their submissions in form of mitigation dated 10th of March. And I think it's important I take a bit of time in our understanding of what the accused person said, because he is the one on trial. So I will not summarize too much his mitigation, and also for the parties to appreciate that I've taken it into consideration in totality. The accused says that he's aware that nothing he says at this stage will relieve the pain of the deceased family. And he says the lesser he says, the better. He says that he expresses his sadness that such a tragic loss of life on extreme circumstances bordering, and this caught my attention, okay? He says that he expresses his sadness that such a tragic and callous loss of life on extremely circumstances bordering on an act of absolute madness that is beyond understanding, even to him, as he stands there convicted. He says that it is his prayer that the deceased family will find peace and that her soul will rest in eternal peace. He says that he understands the terrible fear and pain that the deceased must have underwent in the hands of the perpetrator, and he cannot even perceive the same. He joins the victim's family by saying that he does appreciate that monetary compensation cannot relieve the pain of the loss of a loved one. The court has been invited by the accused person to note that by the Supreme Court declaring the mandatory nature of death sentence to be unconstitutional, then it opened room and gave this court the discretion to mete out a sentence that is not necessarily death. And the accused then says that in that case, and again, this was very important to the court and for reading, because I come back to it. He says that in that case, it is his prayer that the court can mete out a custodial sentence. He says that although the victim's family in their submissions are calling for a death sentence, but the father of the victim, Bishop Paul Garama, was publicly heard saying that he will not take vengeance. And so, the court should consider his views. Finally, the accused person invited the court to consider that he is a first offender, that he was convicted purely on circumstantial evidence, and the period he has spent in custody. That, in my considered opinion, was the additional evidence given to this court in form of submissions by the parties at the close of the formal trial. In looking at the goals of punishment and in considering the objectives, I made reference to inclusivity. And I said that before a sentence is meted out, the views of the victim and the community are extremely important. And so at this stage, I want to speak to the pre-sentence report that this court was given. Now, I must thank the probation department because they gave me an extremely detailed pre-sentence report. What comes out of that report is this, that the accused person before this court is 33 years old. His parents are alive. He has 3 siblings who, from the report, are also alive. It speaks to their permanent place of abode at Guta Estate, which is just adjacent to Net military barracks within Nakuru County. It indicates that this accused person completed his secondary school education in the year 2010. He then joined the Kenya Polytechnic and completed his training in the year 2011, where he qualified by being conferred with a diploma in food production. The report says that thereafter, and again, this was critical for this court, he moved to Dubai, where he received training in tactical military at Dubai Police Academy and by a group known as Ogara Group, which he says that Ogara Group is a security firm with presence in Dubai, United Kingdom, and several European countries. And eventually, after that training, he was licensed to offer private security. The report indicates that at the time he was arrested, he was providing security in Kenya mostly to persons in political sector, and he was at an advanced stage of registering his own security firm. Outside his training and daily work, the report indicates that he's a staunch Christian. He has sung, produced several music videos, and he was actively involved in church activities. It is further indicated that when this offense was committed, he was in a relationship with one Jacqueline Maribe, who was his co-accused, and they were planning to formalize their relationship. At the time of the offense, they were both residing at Royal Park Estate in Langata, and they had resided together for over 1 year. Medical condition, the report indicates that he suffers from asthma since childhood, and that is usually triggered by colds and dust, but is on medication. It is indicated that he has developed nerve problems, and that arose out of a gun incident, which we spoke to in the judgment and in this matter. But it said that the same is treated by painkillers, which gives him relief. On the offense, the report says that the accused person maintains his innocence and that he was shocked and depressed to be linked with the murder of the deceased. That he denies knowing the deceased, but acknowledges that he knows his brother. And it says that he grieves for the family of the deceased for losing her in a gruesome manner. The report indicates that he has good relationship with his family. The sister stood by him throughout the trial, They describe him, that is his family, and again this is important, as a social, overly generous, respectful to authority, committed Christian, and he believes in innocence, although he believes in his innocence, although he has painfully accepted the conviction. The family of the accused says that they have been stigmatized, faced a lot of stigmatization and financial drain in form of legal costs. That they're expressing empathy for the family of the deceased and pray that the perpetrators will be found. And finally, they pray for leniency in sentence. From the community point of view, the probation officer interviewed a senior chief of free area location, Dr. Samuel Macharia, who described the accused person as being well-mannered, respectful, and was not a threat to the community. That the community is shocked by the charge that was preferred against him and subsequent conviction. That they vouch for his good character, social standing, as they have known him to be a respectable youth committed to church activities. Bishop Shadrach Olo of Agape Sanctuary Church says that the accused person is a member of his church. He is steadfast in faith, relates well with fellow Christians, and at the time of his arrest, he was a choir master in the church. He pleaded for leniency. The investigating officer, Mr. Maxwell Otieno, is indicated in the report as having described the accused person as an extremely dangerous person, violent in nature, as demonstrated by the fact that he was involved in an assault case with Juan Rogers at Club 1824 when he was out on bond in this matter. And that the reason why the case did not go forward is because the complainant withdrew the complaint. And the investigating officer called for the maximum sentence provided for under the law. The community from where the victim hails from in Thika described the victim as a person who had a promising future. They were shocked at her death and they called for a stringent sentence. The family of the victim. The family of the victim are reported in the pre-sentence report to have stated that following the demise of the victim, the death occasioned them monumental psychological impact, and they are still to cope with the said offense and death. And other than the father of the deceased who has received psychological counseling, none of the other family members have had the benefit of the same. It is indicated that at the time the probation officer was interviewing the mother of the victim, she broke down severally and wailed, forcing him to stop the interview to allow her to calm down. She is said to have indicated that she does not understand what would cause anyone to brutally murder her only daughter, who was her confidant and a very close friend. It is reported that following the death of the victim and the deceased, she suffered prolonged depression and consequently suffered stroke. According to her, the only appropriate sentence is death. The father of the deceased is reported to have indicated that the extensive media coverage impeded their emotional healing. The younger brother of the victim is reported to have ceased watching news, stopped trusting people, limits his movement, avoids going to public places, and only does online jobs. It is reported following the death of the deceased, as already indicated in the submissions of the victim, having been the managing director of the family business in South Sudan, the business collapsed. The family became drained financially, and they were not able to meet their day-to-day needs, as that was the main source of their income. In a nutshell, the family of the deceased hold the view that the maximum sentence provided under the law should be pronounced, and they acknowledge that whatever the case is, even that particular sentence will not console them or erase their pain. Finally, the probation officer, and again, this is very important, and the court took note of the same. The probation officer, Mr. Andrew Kanyotu, in conclusion and his own observation, states as follows. He describes the accused criminogenic risk factors as follows. That he lacks stable partner relationships. He has antisocial personality patterns manifested by living on the edge. He is impulsive and a thrill seeker. He uses anger or aggression to control others. And finally, he says that the accused has a double personality trait. What is the recommendation in the pre-sentence report? He recommends that the court uses its own discretion in meting out the sentence, taking into account what is in the report and the sentiments of both the accused and the offender. So that's a summary of the submissions by the prosecution, the victim's family, and the accused. So what sentence then would this court be looking at? First and foremost, let's acknowledge where our sentences are provided for. Section 24 of the Penal Code recognizes the following forms of sentences. 1, a death sentence. 2, life imprisonment. 3, or an imprisonment for a term of years. Detention under the Detention Camp Act, if that were the offense committed under that act. And it's important to interrogate these types of punishments, because then one needs to do an exercise of elimination inclusive and justify why this would not be applicable. And so I speak to them for our understanding. Fine, forfeiture, payment of compensation, finding security to keep peace and be of good behavior, and any other punishment this court will find and deem appropriate. So this court cannot give a sentence outside those various recognized forms of punishment. When I consider these categories and types of punishments, I classify them into two: custodial and non-custodial. So again, the question is, having taken into account the evidence as was adduced in this court, taking into account the submissions at this stage of trial, is this an appropriate case for a non-custodial sentence? I'll deal with that. We have already spoken to the fact that a sentence must serve a purpose. And so what purpose would a non-custodial sentence serve? One of the goals that a non-custodial sentence would serve is to give an accused person an opportunity for rehabilitation. And so, is this accused person eligible for rehabilitation? My answer was in the negative. For simple reason that a person who is given an opportunity for rehabilitation must first and foremost himself acknowledge commission of the offense and the need to reform. Without that attitude, there will be no need to consider rehabilitation. It will not work. He will not appreciate, and of course, then it will be an order in vain. Alongside rehabilitation, we have the goal of reintegration. And when one is considering reintegration, then several questions must be answered. We are releasing this person to the society. Is that safe? Is the society safe? We'll answer that question. What about restitution, restoration? I've already spoken to this and said this is a situation where you are telling the accused person, make good the harm. Is this a case where an accused person can make good the harm in form of monetary compensation? As I was dealing with this particular goal, my mind took me to a case I deal with on a day-to-day basis when I'm dealing with appeals and more so in civil cases, and someone has come before the court because they were involved in an accident and they suffered bodily injuries. And in the case of Coastal Kenya Enterprise Limited versus Mushiri, is a civil appeal number 84 2016. This is what the court said, and which I fully associate with. Money cannot renew a physical frame that has been battered and shattered. And so in my considered opinion, this is not an appropriate case where the sentence that is being meted out is aimed at restitution, restoration, and or compensation in monetary terms. What about reconciliation? Should this court give a sentence that would aim at reconciling the two families? Having listened to me read out the pre-sentence report, it is very clear that these two families are incapable of sitting to negotiate, to reconcile. Where does that leave the court? The court was left with only two objectives to look at: retribution and deterrence. And I've already spoken to them at the beginning of this judgment. That is where the court punishes the offender, at the same time deters the offender from repeating the offense if given an opportunity, and the general public from committing a similar offense. Of law and the aim of law, in my understanding, is to maintain law and order and protect the citizens of a particular state. That is why one of the objectives of sentencing is community protection. And therefore, the sentence any court pronounces must speak clearly to the community condemnation of criminal conduct. At this point, I was drawn, and I'm entitled as a court, to take judicial notice as I talk about and discuss general deterrence, to take judicial notice of the social justice concept. And that concept, in my understanding, speaks to the court being live to the happenings in the society at a given time. And my mind as a court, my understanding, my reading, is that in recent past, there have been numerous reports of senseless murders targeting persons of female gender. Let this not just be my words from where I sit. In an article dated the 26th January 2024, Amnesty International Kenya noted that a woman is killed in this country in every 2 days. And I will quote from the article so that I attribute it where it belongs. Let me read the caption from that article. Amnesty International Kenya strongly condemns the profiling, torture, and killing of women and any other individual based on their identity. Over 10 cases of femicide have been reported across the country since 1st of January 2024. That is, every second day, a woman has been brutalized and killed because of her identity. According to statistics from Africa Data Hub, between 2016 and 2023, over 500 women have been killed. The majority of those murdered were below the age of 35 years and were killed by intimate partners or people known to them. According to the Africa Data Hub, a regional network of data organization that traces such killing based on newspaper reports, it states that about 500 women have been killed in Kenya from January 2016 to 2023. And let me draw ourselves back home. In an article published by the Daily Nation on 27th of January 2024, it indicates that 16 women have been killed since January 2024. The most disturbing was a case of Rita Mweni, a 20-year-old student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, who was lured to a short accommodation apartment at Roysambu, commonly known as Airbnb. She was murdered. Her body was dismembered. Her head was dumped at a different location. And one can only but consider the words said by Dr. Jansen Odwal, the pathologist. And these were his words. He said, "This is the first time I've come across such an incident in my forensic life. I have never come across such an incident." And so when we are considering the public's denunciation of a crime, one cannot live outside the prevailing circumstance in the society. It is the understanding of this court that these reports speak to a situation whereby the social fabric of the society has been torn into two, right at the middle. And the court must then live to its role to protect the society. And so, having ruled out a non-custodial sentence, and may I just say this, the accused person is also not even asking for a non-custodial sentence. I read the submissions on mitigation, and in their own writing, they tell this court, Muratetu did not declare a death sentence to be mandatory, but then the court can give a custodial sentence. They say a custodial. There is nowhere in that report where this court is being invited to consider a non-custodial sentence. So we are at a stage of a custodial sentence. And I've already made reference to the sentences that this court can pronounce under Section 24. Fast track the judgment. The following factors have been considered by this court as I come to the tail end of the judgment. And there are only 3 sentences that are open to the court. A sentence for a term of years, life imprisonment, or death. The question that we all must ask is this: how many years, and what would be the basis for those years? Secondly, and for the lawyers before me, and today I am well populated, thank you for coming. We are all aware of the jurisprudence on life imprisonment, where one of the courts has said it is unconstitutional. The latest decision which I've quoted in this matter says that life imprisonment is 30 years. So the question that one would then ask is, if life imprisonment, and of course is acceptable, it doesn't mean the life which that person will physically live or be alive. So if it's 30 years and with remission, then we'll be looking at where this court is sentencing the accused person to 30 years. With remission, he serves 20 years and his life moves on. These are issues the court had to think over. I have, of course, taken into account issues of human rights. I've taken into account Article 26, that says a person's life should not just be deprived without good reason. I have made reference, and maybe I should then let you know, to the international instruments that speak, and I need to do this because it's important, to the preservation and the right to enhance an individual's human rights. The International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, which has been ratified and which then, of course, becomes part of our law under Article 2, Sub-Article 5 and 6, says this, and it's important that I read it out because you need to know that. It starts by saying every human being has the right to life. And I stop there and I tell myself as a court, every human being has a right to life, that every human being includes the victim and the offender. It then says this: this right shall be protected by law. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his life. Most of the time when we read these provisions, we speak to them as they relate to the offender. My understanding is they relate to both the offender and the victim. That convention states as follows: that in countries that have not abolished the death penalty, a sentence of death may be imposed only for the most serious crimes in accordance with the law in force at the time of the commission of the crime. So these international instruments that speak to human rights do recognize that there are exceptional circumstances when the death sentence may be inevitable. Let's look at Article 4 of the Africa Charter on Human Rights, on Human and People's Rights, ratified on 23rd of January 1992. It provides that human beings are inviolable. Every human being shall be entitled to respect for his life. His, in my considered opinion, includes her life, and the integrity of his or her person. Again, it reiterates, no one may be arbitrarily deprived of this right. Muratetu reflected again. The Supreme Court says that you can indeed impose a death sentence for most serious offenses, extremely grave. So the question is this a case of serious crime? In answering that question, I considered the following. What the evidence said. And the first thing that was revealed by the evidence is the manner in which the offense was committed. I want to remind ourselves of the judgment I delivered on 9th of February, where I indicated clearly that the evidence of the doctor who conducted the post-mortem report indicated that the person who perpetrated this offense cut the throat of the deceased through and through. In that judgment, I spoke to an understanding that the person was not an amateur. The person must have had some training. And remember, the evidence even revealed that after the offense was committed, the deceased was put in the bathtub and the shower tap was put over to run the blood off. When I read the report presented by the probation department, where the accused person himself says, I have been trained by the Dubai Police Academy and an Ogara group, I thought that corroborates the finding of this court that there was full scale for commission of the offense. I do recall saying in that judgment that the manner in which the offense was committed did not at any time intend to give the deceased one more minute to live. I do recall throughout the trial, no any other than the counsel representing the accused person in this trial throughout kept on referring to the incident and the scene of crime as a slaughterhouse. Secondly, we have had the benefit of looking at the photographs showing the body of the deceased and the injuries. I would certainly not display them there, certainly not, at least for the benefit of the family. And I did indicate in my judgment, no one would like to look at them again. Not once, not twice. Now, let's look at, and this is very critical, because it is not the court just making an observation, it was a brutal murder. Let's look at how the defense, that is the submissions in mitigation by the accused person himself, describes the offense. I will now read to you how they describe the offense verbatimly. They say that it is a tragic, curious loss of life on extreme circumstances bordering on an act of absolute madness that is beyond understanding. So even the defense joins the victim's family and the prosecution and the court in arriving at the conclusion it was a gruesome murder. Horrific, frightening. Let's now look at another important aspect that the court has considered. The consequences of the offense. From where I sit as a court, each one of us is responsible for the natural and the probable consequences of our actions and omission. So it's not just an issue of committing an offense, but the far-reaching consequences of that offense cannot be ignored. And so in this case, it is undisputed that the deceased was the managing director of the family's business in South Sudan. It is undisputed that the business collapsed after her demise. It is undisputed that that was the source of income for the family, and we can all appreciate the natural and probable consequences of that. I have already made reference to the fact that the other consequence of this offense is what has been described, and unless there's evidence to the contrary, I believed it because it's in the probation officer's report, that the mother of the deceased suffered depression and stroke, and she has hardly healed. I've spoken to what the brother is said to be undergoing. This court, and I never lose out on anything, I try to get as much of in-depth of the material before me as I can, has been invited to take cognizance of the fact that the father of the deceased at one time said, I will let go. That did not form part of my record, because what formed part of the court's record is his sentiments as expressed in the Brevet report, and that is what I would safely go by. But I'll be concluding with one or two other findings that could probably remove us from that mind thought that the father said, do not, vengeance is not mine. I also want us to just, in concluding, other than looking at the manner in which the offense was committed and the consequence of the impact of the offense, I took a bit of time to look at the character of the accused person. I have already spoken to how the probation officer describes him: aggressive, antisocial personality, and concludes he has double personality trained. But let's look at what else this court was able to gather while hearing this matter on the character of the accused person. It was the evidence of the guards at Royal Park Estate, where he was staying, that he would not allow himself to be searched. He would brandish a gun and say, "I work at State House," and just drive off. It is the evidence of the brother of the deceased that even during the hearing of this case, at one time, he blocked his car when the case was going on. And of course, you have heard from Dayo, even when he was out on board, he was still involved. I'm not condemning him because there's no charge before me. But the court cannot avoid looking at this. Because at the end of the day, the question is this: is this a person you want to release back to the society? And these issues become extremely critical for consideration. Finally, this matter and the evidence adduced does not lead to a conclusion that this murder was accidental. That the perpetrator did not have an opportunity to think about the consequences of his action. It was intentional. It was not a defensive act. It was not out of provocation. It was planned, it was intended, and it was executed. And those who do not subscribe to Christian faith, bear with me. I do. And that's the only place I could make reference to. In the book of Job, chapter 1, verse 12 to 13, this is what is written. I think I looked at was it NIV? You can find out. It speaks to the same thing. This is what the Lord said to Satan. Behold, all that he has is yours. Only do not lay a hand on his person. I'll repeat. Behold, all that he has is yours and is in your power. Only do not lay your hand on his person. The provision of life is the preserve of God. And I find no room anywhere for a person to take another person's life unlawfully. In my very final conclusion, join me in listening to these wise sayings on murder. 1, in the act of murder, one person's life ends, but countless number of lives are forever impacted. I will read again. In an act of murder, one person's life ends, but a countless number of lives are forever impacted. Secondly, mother leaves behind a trail of shattered dreams and broken hearts that can never be healed. Mother leaves behind a trail of shattered dreams and broken hearts that can never be healed. I have said the accused person before me is 33 years. The deceased was 28 years. Thirdly, the act of murder is a heinous crime that challenges the moral fabric of society and demands justice. And so it is not just a loss to the immediate family. Of course, it is in the highest degree, but it's a loss to the society when one is killed unlawfully. And so, based on everything I have said, I have ordered that the first accused person before this court being Joseph Kuria Irungu alias Joey, shall suffer death as provided for the offense of murder under section 204 of the Penal Code of Kenya. Unless that sentence is lawfully set aside by a court of competent jurisdiction. That is the order of the court. Thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Yes, for purposes of appeal, the praise we provided copies of the judgments and sentencing decision and time proceedings.
Any other counsel wish to address the court?
Relative, patient for the state's apologies are states. We just want to thank the courts for bringing this matter to a close. We're in alignment with their sentence, and we still would like a copy of the sentence once it's available. But we are grateful for the court's indulgence and the way it has handled this matter.
Any other?
Yes, my lady, on behalf of the victim's family, we also wish to thank the court for sincerely in the manner in which the court has handled the proceedings. The family feel that justice was being done. We also wish that the court suffices with putting the sentence in judgment to pass the same. Thank you.
Okay. A right of appeal is a constitutional right which the accused person should feel free
Mr.
to
G.
exercise is important. You
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. G, what have you just had? And finally, Joey has been sentenced to death.
And that is why I told you in the group, because I saw it. I listened to the
Oh
madam,
my goodness.
the evidence, what he looked into before giving a judgment, and I just saw it was just going
Oh my.
to death.
No, she's a woman you cannot pinpoint what she was thinking. She was all over. Almost even talking as though she will consider mercy. You know, especially when she read that verse that don't touch the heart. So I felt maybe she would say she will do everything else but not kill him. Oh my goodness.
No, always in judgment, you look where the way it is. Listen to her when she was trying to explain what had been happening to women and girls from around 2014, 2016. He has narrated everything that has always happened, how unfair these women have passed through. And it was just heading to death. There's no way he was going to give it any mercy. Yeah. He was just to, and her judgment was to give other people who have the same tabia to serve as an example. It was just for Joy to serve as an example, even though we are not sure if Joy had other people ambao walikuwa wamekuwa connected naye, maybe amekuwa sacrificial lamb, but now imekwisha, imebaki kuwa is Joy who is suffering. The other people ambao maybe walihusika, they are nowhere to be seen. So amebeba the whole cross for himself.
Wow. And like that, life as we know it for him is over unless he appeals.
No, but we cannot certain that it is over. Let's wait, because there's a way that God operates. Miracles still happen. Unaweza sikia ukapata anapewa that mercy again, because we have seen some people ambao wamekuwa sentenced to death but wame end up kupona. So miracle still happens. It's not over for him. And maybe we can still pray.
I listened to the judge and I'm like, both families have been drained. You know, this is a case that has dragged for several years now. With the legal team and everything, it hasn't been easy. I'm sure, especially for Joey, a lot has been lost. This is a man who has a small family. Not that I'm not considering the victim, but then again, even killing him, does it still make it right? Because as she has said, money cannot bring back, cannot kind of reprieve the damage. But the question also is equal: that does death as well? Does it compensate? Does it really serve as justice?
Okay, that is not justice, Mr. Jakes. But now here the problem is that they have to serve. These things si ati ni amefanya peke yake.
Yeah.
People.
No, because equally, she has a point. She has a point where she says that women the femicides have increased. All right.
Exactly,
Then
yeah.
can she equally be accused of being biased? Because it's one thing to say it has increased, but it's another thing to link it to Joey. Men equally have been killed. Should one suffer because of what has happened? I look at all she has said, and it is interesting. She has condemned him based on the community, based on the society, which is okay. But then again, what do you make of the death sentence? Well, there are life imprisonment is. No, I'm just asking. It's just a thought. I'm just asking.
Okay, let's put aside issue of bias, because for me, I think she's not biased. In fact, amejaribu sana, but he tried every place. Amejaribu kuangalia every corner, akajaribu compare every notes and connect every dots, but end up kusema no, this person is not the right person to release kwa community again. So the best thing you can do is just to pray for joy. Maybe another part of massive miracles can happen. But now on issue ambao unaongelea sahi, Mr. Jakes, men also have died, men have killed. But now to serve as an example, sometimes okay, it's not that no, I'm just being at least. I think people will understand what I'm trying to say. To serve as an example, because hii kitu imekuwa into rampant. Watu wengi wanauliwa sana, wasichana wanakufa vibaya kama ule msichana. She does give example of that woman ambaye alikatwa kichwa, akatupa sijui wapi, akaanza kukatakatwa vipande, akawekwa kwa gunia. So for such men to serve as an example, I think such things have to happen. And for me, I will pray that all the victims ambao wameuliwa na wanaume au wanaume wafuate washikwe na wote, if this is the way ambayo inaweza stop hiyo kitu kuendelea, then it is right for them to pass the same thing, the same judgment.
Now, there's equally something else that has happened. I looked at Joey. I really wanted the camera to really focus on him. He wasn't moved. What did you see about him? He was, and I love
She was moved.
that they focused on his hand, on his face. He wasn't.
No, look at him. Just give him like, just go back to that clip. Alafu utaangalia, just give him like 2 minutes ama 1.5 minutes. You see him, anaanza kujirudia. In fact, ana bent down, anaangalia chini. He's somebody ambaye he never expected that judgment. So he's somebody ambaye ana regret, ana regret of what he did. He never expected kwa itakuwa hivyo. I remember he's somebody ambaye amekuwa kwa church. He's somebody ambaye amekuwa akiomba, akiimba gospel. So I believe he believed that God will intervene in this issue. But sometimes if you really participated in something, Mungu atakuacha tu pass to judgment wewe mwenyewe. So amekuwa ni kama mtu ambaye amekuwa disappointed on what he was expecting.
I look at him, when I'm looking at him, there's how a news you can pay, there's how you receive a news, and I don't know. Because when you're told you have cancer, when you're told you're about to die, how people receive the message where? Or maybe it hasn't dawned on him.
Leave a lot of people, the same guy who is Joy. I don't think, hata sidhani kama Joy atalala. Because at the moment ushakuwa sentenced to death, that means that unajua any day utakufa. So this thing has really affected and disconnected everything from him. Hata sidhani kama kuna kitu ataweza kufanya tena. Yeah, hii kitu ishamdismantle kabisa. Yeah.
What do you think of the family, the mother, the sisters?
No, it's not.
I know nothing can ever compensate for Monica's family, but equally now, what happens to Joey's family? Because now this one is it was stressful to go through the case. Now the pain now of now seeing the son killed.
And James, that's why we are being told that always we should be cautious of everything that we do. Because at any time you do something wrong, see where we unapitia that pain, your family will pass through the pain, will feel the pain that you have caused. Sometimes things happen, unakosa kujua kwa ukifanya hiyo kitu, your family will feel the pain. Unafikiri ni wewe utafeel peke yako. No. At anything that you do, remember that your people, your family will feel the pain. So now, this is exactly what is happening. Joy alifanya hiyo kitu, and now the family has to suffer because it will be very, very painful for their families wakati jamaa atakuwa ameshachinjwa, atakuwa shauliwa, and from today that family ishaingia into deep frustration. Hawataikuwa the same again just because ya makosa mmoja ambaye ni Joy.
Yeah, from today henceforth.
Yeah. This is a lesson to every one of us that any act that we do, we should know that kuna cost here to our family. Remember the judgment that was some few weeks ago. Her sister, one of them, alikuwa analia. But now today.
No, I don't know. I don't know what will happen to her today. I would want to see some of these footage because it's just few minutes from now. It will be a wash in the social media, and But just a quick one, even as we wrap this show. What do you think is the state of the mother of Monica? Because now here she even suffered stroke. Such news.
It is sad.
She is a mother. She is a mother. She has felt what it feels to lose a child. What
It
do
is
you
a
think
sad
she
moment.
feels now that another mother is about to lose a child? Do you think
This
she
is a
feels it's
blow.
justice?
This
Because
is a
this is
blow to
something
the
I've
family.
never experienced any of us. So it's a difficult thing to look at, even or even to imagine.
Yeah,
What do you think
this is a sad
the mother
moment.
is feeling? Because
It's a
no
sad
mother would
moment.
want to see any, no mother would want to see any person being killed. Here I'm talking to the heart of women. I'm not sure she would. Okay, as much as she said she wouldn't mind it going this way, but from where you sit, do you think now that she has had the judge giving the death sentence, maybe it might make her feel something?
No,
Maybe
Jakes.
some compassion?
There's no compassion. You know, Jakes,
Hmm.
even if your child, even if your son or your daughter amekuwa
Yeah.
mad, yeah, amekuwa mad kabisa, ameenda kwa street, at any time, at any moment anakufa, you will feel the pain. You will feel the pain. As much as amekuwa mad, amefanya vitu zote zile za huko, amepotelea kule msituni, you will feel the pain. Now this is somebody about, he was not mad. Amekuwa na that family, even though case ilikuwa inaendelea for a very long time, but amekuwa na that family, kuna vile walikuwa wamekuwa connected. So it is a very sad moment in their families. And the mother, hata kama alisema maybe atakubali any judgment, this one is heavy to her. Sidhani kama ataweza kuibeba. It is very heavy to her. Remember pia in the family of the other guy about the victim, there's a young guy ambaye alisema ataweza angalia news because of what happened. Hawezi fanya kazi, hawezi mingle na watu. The only job anaweza fanya is only the online jobs. Yana katu nyumbani. Those are the pain ambao the victim anapitia kule, you see. So this is the family ambao pia inaenda to lose somebody. So it's totally sad. It is a sad day to that family, to the two families. Although to the other family, ni kama justice wamepata, but
And
that
as she has
justice
rightfully
will
said,
never bring life.
whenever someone has been murdered, one thing she has really said, and it has come out so clear, that whenever one life has been murdered, of course, a life has been lost, but other lives have been changed irreversibly forever. Now, with the death of Monica, now comes in the death of Joey, which will, I don't know even what to say. I'm yet to come to terms with the news, but I'm sure it will really change the conversation going forward. Now, look at this. The co-accused, not only was she exonerated, she has been appointed for a duty, for a job. What do you even make of it? Barely 2 weeks after that sentence was given, she already now has a job. What do you make of all this? At times it's interesting when you listen to some of these judgments, and then you even look at how things transpire thereafter. What do you make of all that?
No, Jakes, this is something that has happened. And it is very painful and it's very disappointing. But now we also have to think about
Yes.
the motive that was there for Monica to be killed.
Yes.
Why was she killed? Yeah. So, obviously, just leave everything to God, because it is judgment, that was the best judgment that the judge can give. Yeah. To that family and to the society, just for people to serve as an example. But all in all, it is a sad day to Joy. It is a sad moment to that family. But we have to leave it to God, because miracles happen. Maybe things may change. We don't know. But let it just be the way it is.
I don't know, but from where I sit, I know this is not over, maybe because Joy might appeal. But equally, I don't feel that this man regrets his act. Well, look at him now. These are the final photos. I've seen people being sentenced, and they're not this calm and collected. Maybe the news hasn't dawned on him, or he was aware this was coming. Maybe he knew, he was
Maybe he was
prepared for
prepared.
it.
Yeah, maybe he was prepared for it, but I felt it. The moment the judge pronounced that word, judge sentence, I felt it. And the guy, Nilimona Pia bent down where he felt it, but I know he was ready, prepared for this message, for this judgment of today. Yeah, he's really prepared for it, yeah.
And maybe even as we clearly come to the end of this bulletin that really has taken time, there is his hands that were captured, quite calm, all right, quite calm. Even his body reaction wasn't as I anticipated, whether sentencing was to go jail term. Look at him. He seems calm and collected.
No, he's not
And
calm, Mr. X. He not really
even
that
the
calm.
eye.
Look at him.
Mm,
No, just look at him.
the,
Just look at him
mhm,
closely. This guy,
mhm,
when I look at him, I think he's somebody. And by the time judgment was going on, he was just in deep
mhm,
prayer. He was just praying,
mhm.
praying what will come. He was praying for mercies. But I think
He was,
looking at him,
yeah,
I see some. He is not that cool. He's not that cool. He's somebody by he's tense. Yes.
yeah, yeah.
When I look at him, I don't see that coolness really in him. Naona is somebody ambaye he was in deep prayer hapo wakati akawa amesimama, but things just came out opposite from what he was expecting.
The sad part about all this, he has a small daughter.
Yeah.
What do you think happens now to that his family? Because they will already they'll be stigmatized. They will be isolated. People will
Yeah,
crown them.
they will be frustrated, but let's give it time to wonder what will be the outcome after that. Because things may change, but in case it happen, even it may happen evil, and the judgment stands that he is going to be killed, then even that daughter, I really feel the pain of that family. Because for a
So
young daughter staying without a father,
yeah,
there's nothing
yeah,
bad in this world
because
like being an
the
orphan.
next thing that now happens is the appeal. The appeal equally. If this was the main case that has taken close to 5 years, the appeal equally might take longer.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
No,
by
but
the
me,
end of it
I believe
all,
God. For me, I know He will come out victorious.
mhm,
Because listening to what He wrote,
you are still vouching for him.
yeah, I still believe He'll come out victorious, even though the judgment is death sentence. But to me, I feel hatakuwa killed. He'll not be sentenced. Itakuwa nini hiyo. There's a way that God will intervene, even though if at all he did it knowing and it's true that he
Mhm,
committed that thing, he killed Monique, then it's obvious
mhm.
he will be killed. Yeah.
Now,
He will
of
pay
course,
the
this one will cover in the evening session, but I don't know if you know this, that the last time we killed anyone in Kenya, it was so long time ago. Most of the people that are in our jail who have been convicted of death, um, the last time we killed someone, I don't think even it is in Kibaki's regime. It's so long
And that's
ago.
why,
So as
and
much
that's why
as,
I'm telling you.
yeah.
And that's why
Mhm,
I'm telling you that there's a possibility
mhm,
of this guy
mhm,
Kuponea. Yeah. There's a really
mhm,
possibility of this guy not be killed. Let's wait and see.
mhm.
Maybe we can listen to Nani, to our sister.
Sylvia, what do you make of Joey's sentencing that is now official, that he has been sentenced to death? What do you make of it?
I don't know. I didn't see that coming.
Mm, mm.
I
Yeah,
didn't see it
same here.
coming.
I had all these feelings. Probably will get the maximum sentence of maybe life imprisonment, maybe 30 years, 20
Yeah,
years.
I was expecting
But I
maybe a
didn't
40
see
years
death.
imprisonment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When she kept on referring to his
Yeah,
age of being 33, maybe I was considering that she would consider that this is a young man. What do you make of the
I
ruling?
don't know. I don't know why they.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
don't know why did they choose that one. Will he really be killed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
If
this we are all humans, and that is the feeling.
Mm-hmm.
When something
Mm-hmm.
happens like this judgment of sentence to death, this is what will
Mm-hmm.
happen to us. We all feel
no,
it.
it's
But now remember also that family of
somebody
the
was
victim.
given
Mm-hmm.
muda mrefu. Who was the last person to be given the death sentence? I think it's
It
been
is
long.
long. It's long. I don't think even it is in Kibaki's era. The last time someone was hanged, Nikitambo. Let me try to get that for you. But I'm sure before we come to the next show, we'll get those answers.
I really didn't
Yeah,
see this
but
one coming up.
when we look at the victims, mhm,
Mm.
was
Let's watch the movie now.
Mm.
Then what next after he is dead?
But now also remember the family of the victim. That family, what they have passed through, and remember he was the only source of their joy. I think alikuwa yeye alikuwa the manager of their family, and by the time she was killed, that is when even the business ilisambaratika. I think that is the judge, the what I have listened from that judge. So
yeah,
the family
but
was brought, the
equally
family was
she
brought
had
down.
several options with her. When I listened to her, there was even the element of monetary compensation. Maybe the Joy's family could have been ordered to pay something, you know. Of course, no amount of money would bring back the dead, because we have had people who have been jailed for murder. Many, even in the US, the one who killed Floyd was not sentenced to death. So we have people who have killed. We have there are other jurisdictions and um, other
And
people who have been
Jake,
jailed for life for long years. Okay, I think
and
even she had
Jakes,
an issue of where she said life imprisonment is almost reduced to 30 years. So maybe I think if it was longer, maybe she would have considered. What do you think?
exactly. But
Because she said,
Jakes, what I was
Mhm,
trying to say is that I think this is what will always come out at any time. Some
And what
sentence
mhm.
comes like
pushed
this one.
to go for death sentence? What pushed them to that point?
No, but that's why I'm
Mhm.
telling you guys. That's why I'm telling you guys that this thing, even me, in Manda Kufikiria, I think we need to have another option, whereby when
the
judgment
last
comes,
time
come easy,
the last time
when
someone was executed was in 1987, according to Google. I don't know how far that is. And the last person who was uh, yeah, the last person who was killed then was Hezekiah Ochuka and Pakras Oteo Okumu. And of course, these two were sentenced to death following the you remember the coup that happened in 1982? You remember the famous coup? So these two guys were accused of treason, and then they were sentenced to death and hanged, I think, in 1987. Of course, but presidents have on occasion commuted all death sentence to life imprisonment and thereby releasing inmates from death row. Most recently in 2016, that in 2016 someone who was sentenced to death was released. So even the president can pardon. This is a it's an interesting turn of events. Can the
but
president
Jakes,
show
that's why
mercy?
he can. He can. That's why I told you miracles happens. But remember, Jakes, there's something I wanted to say. Looking at this
Can
judgment, and because of
Okay,
the feelings that always
let me go ahead and look at this as we continue. Let me look at the extent to which president can show leniency, which type of crimes. But let's go on. Yes, Mr. G. Go on.
Yeah, what I was trying to say, Nikuwa, I think we need to come to a point whereby when judgment comes, maybe to say a judgment inakuja ya sentence to death. I think it should be made earlier kuliko venye imehappen kama this one, because this one now you find some years, almost 5 years, sama how many years zimepita since that case ianze, ni miaka mingi ambayo imepita. No, at this time
The family
wakitangaza,
had hopes. They gave them hopes by
yeah.
letting
So
that
when
man
it take
walk
that
be
long,
there.
when it take that long, obvious kwa kuna hiyo feelings ambazo zitatokea kama sahi. Many people will feel emotion, will feel everything. Those sadness itakuwa.
This is
So I
going
think
to
to me, I
give the
prefer.
family trauma. It's not going to be easy.
Where? Oh my
And
goodness.
after
It's
this,
not
will
easy.
the
It's not
family
easy both for the
Monica,
victim and of course it's not easy when you look at the
you know,
story. It's
let
not
us
easy for
assume now
anyone.
Joey is killed and he's
Mhm.
dead. Will the family of Monica be comfortable?
Mhm.
Will
They will never
they?
be comfortable too. They can't be
They will not.
comfortable.
Mhm.
I think Joey going to prison for maybe 40 years, 30 years, whatever, could make the family more comfortable than killing Joey.
Mhm.
Yeah, wamnyime tu hizo rights za kutembea huku nje akae tu prison hivyo tu. At least they will know he has been
But now,
arrested and he's not out here. But now kumuua, you know, for a normal human being and for the father and the mother, even if their daughter was killed, they are not going to be happy about it. It's going to
Mhm.
haunt them.
but the
That is
family, like the father, I think the father said that
you know,
he
the
will
father
forgive
said he
them.
doesn't want death sentence.
Yeah,
He said that.
the father. I think he was ready to forgive. The father was ready to forgive.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
Now
but now,
let me ask you, if the president was to show clemency to Joey, because he has a power, he has the power. The president has a role in this. Who and maybe Joey is given a different sentence, maybe life imprisonment. Given this man is 33 years,
Very
um,
young.
and
Yeah.
one life for another, really. And not that I have anything against the victim. My heart goes out to so many people in this because this is a man who has his own family. He has a daughter. He has a wife. He has a mother, and he has sisters. One of the things that I still fresh in my mind is how the sister cried the last time
Look,
that
you
Joey
know,
was
that
found
sister,
guilty.
you know,
That
she
that
hit
cry
me
itself,
different.
yeah, it really stuck with me because
It hit me
um
different, that one. That one was from heart. It was
yeah it
painful.
yeah it was painful because when I listened to the judge and what she said is that no life, no life is worth losing, both the victim and the accused.
Yeah,
You don't
this
need to lose,
statement is
but
yeah,
now,
there. When it
that
comes
gave me some
those
hope.
are the feelings.
That gave me some hope, but man, then
Those are
ending
the
it with
feelings.
sentence,
No,
why it
yes,
was.
yes. Those are
Mm,
the feelings. But now remember, being in the shoes of the Monica's family, the only
mhm.
source of your income imekuwa destroyed. You are now back to poverty. Poverty whereby you
It's
cannot get anything.
yeah,
pure,
I see all that. I see all that, and I even feel the pain that they'll never see their daughter because businesses even collapse when your kids are still alive. But the fact that she's now gone forever, I feel it. I cannot even imagine what they are going through. I cannot even pick an instance of
being a
how
lawyer is hard.
they
I
are
will
living the
never
moment.
choose.
It's difficult for them. Hmm.
Being a lawyer is hard. I think those people sometimes they have to say things they don't want to say from heart. Being a lawyer is one of the toughest things I can choose to be. You know.
Right. Now, the,
No,
the, the,
but
the the other
lawyer is
thing,
not a
even
problem. The problem is judge. The
Mhm.
judgments. Because lawyer, most of them, they always lie. The
You know,
judgments
a
there,
lawyer is a judge, and I have to say he has to go through death sentence to the whole world. I
now
have to say that. No, 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 no.
one thing that stood out for me during the judgment is how she would pause and sip some water. I think I'll even introduce that in the show. When you're about to kuachilia sentence mzito, take a pause,
And
pick a
she
glass,
was saying, uh, this
and
one,
then then release a very hot punch. Man, it reminds me of another show that I used to love called good morning, Monday morning. I think Monday morning.
Judge too is awesome. She can handle cases very well. She's awesome too.
Yeah, she for me she stood out. You know how Monday morning is about doctors, and each time after uh, of each time they have an issue, the med soup would sit down and call every doctor. So before akupe ruling ya kama ulifanya kazi mbaya, he would first pause, pour a glass of water, then sip. Akieka tu hivi chini. You need to see that it's a series. It doesn't have season 2. It's called Monday Morning, I think. Yeah, it has a doctor. I'm forgetting his name, and he has really acted so many other good movies. Um, he had the character of the judge today. Before uachilie punch, kwanza you sip a glass of water, all right, to come to increase inaitangwaje increase nini za watu inaitwaje, you know when you, I don't know how you are feeling when you are listening to her, each time should bring the
But
next
yes,
Be eager. We want to
unafeel
know what
kawoga plan, you know.
no, but you know that's
that one.
those are the judges that we need. Those are the
Mhm.
judges. Just
She was
imagine
calm.
such a judge having her
Mhm.
on the matters of election coming about Pana
Mhm.
2022. Now she's seated there like
Mhm.
She's awesome.
like Kome,
I love her.
giving every
I have
evidence,
to go
giving
to
every option.
I have to know her better.
Mhm.
She's awesome.
So, uh, Lady Sylvia and Mr. G, the final question, even as we finally wrap up, I think we have been wrapping up ever since we started this show. Um, my question to you guys is this one. With this ruling, does it propel this judge to levels that Kenyans will appreciate her, or Kenyans will have mixed reaction concerning her? Because where issuing a death sentence in such a case is not easy. What do you make of it?
This one, it's going to have humanity and it's going to have, we say we have two weapons, Bible and a gun.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
some deserve guns and some deserves the Bible. But this gun is going
Mhm.
to be 50-50. For those with humanity and who are too spiritual, they are going to be like, no, this was not
Mhm.
right. But those who walk with law and those who say it's a gun,
Mhm.
most of some people it's a gun, nothing like Christianity or what. They are gonna be like, that is what we expected, and it came out, and they will
Mhm.
congratulate the.
Mhm.
So this is going to be two-way. For those who are
Mhm.
too connected to God with holiness and whatever, they are going to be like, no, 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 he could just go to prison. And for those who are for gun, they are going to congratulate her. And
Mhm.
unfortunately,
But
according to the current world, the greatest
Mhm.
percentage is gun for gun. I
Sylvia,
walk
Mhm.
this
through
one is not
comments.
about
So,
gun for gun.
Stick to gun.
This is not
so
I
gun for
walk
gun
through comments,
because
mhm.
and that's where I get to see where we are in this world. No shit, I have to see somebody. Let me come back. Continue, Mr. G.
yeah, what I was saying, Mr. and Miss Sylvia, I think this is not about gun to gun because listening to the judgment, the judge has given every option that he can take. He considered every option, looked at the family, looked at the judgment, if it is lifetime, compared with other institution, with other laws and everything. He compared everything and just he came out with that one judgment. I think to me, there's some things that are coming out that I will just believe. And I think to me the judgment it was good, even though it is the ani unasikia uchungu because of the judgment, but the woman who is the judge ametokea kuwa is the best judge
Yeah,
that we need
yeah,
in our
she's
country.
just
Like
Grace
yeah,
Nzioka. Just Grace Nzioka has she has raised her status because this is a case that can either make you or break you. I'm sure if she goes for a certain position, it will either you know there are things that follow you when you go for some positions. They will either make you or break you depending on how you rule. Um, and that's what I've said. Was that the best she could have done? That one will come out because you remember Justice Shitembwe. Justice Shitembwe has ever been put to task because of some of the rulings he has made. So, including that pronouncement of death, was it the best? You know, because
No,
she
Jeff.
had options. You know, what you see what she read. She read all the options that she had. She read all of them. All right. She gave reasons for each. So how best she chose that decision really, because the question that she was trying to answer was that Joy is almost someone who cannot reform. All right. This is someone who cannot ever come back. He is beyond repair. He has double personality. You know, he is not remorseful in any way. So for me, I think she made the conclusion on the fact that this is a hopeless case. So just do away with it forever. You know.
No, it's not
But
about going away forever. It's not about going away
no,
forever.
when you
Mr. Jake,
murder someone, doing it forever, he can never
it's
be
not about
brought back.
murder.
You know.
Listen, Jakes. Let's go back to the
Yeah.
Bible. We had a
Mhm.
scenario in the Bible where King Solomon
Mhm.
hold a child. We had two women ambao
Yeah.
walikuwa na watoto, and then one woman alilalia mtoto wake akakufa, the other one
Mhm.
mtoto wake akawa yuko mzima. Then they went before
Mhm.
judgment to Solomon. Solomon listened to
Mhm.
the story, the whole story, na akashika mtoto hivi akasema he's
Mhm.
ready kukata katikati. So can we say that alikuwa mamua huo mtoto,
Mhm.
ama there's something that he wanted to get from those two
I
women?
don't think he was. He was testing a lot. He was testing a
Yeah,
lot.
he was testing a lot, but he knew what he wanted
Deep.
from that case. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah, he knew
deep.
what he wanted from that case.
That's very deep, you know.
But when I look at it in this case, then it would
Now,
really
in this
mean a
case,
lot.
no,
It
and
would
in this
really
case,
mean a
Mr.
lot.
Jakes, in this
It would
case,
if
remember,
someone was in this case, I think it would really mean a lot
no, but
because.
He's
Jakes,
giving. Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, Sylvia.
Sylvia
Mr.
ako
G is
chini
really
kidogo.
giving. Oh
Yeah,
my God, your mom forgot. Mr. G is giving a. You can't hear me still?
no,
Yeah,
you are
yeah,
too
yeah.
low.
Caribbean Mike.
You are too low.
You're too
This
soft.
one is today.
Ongeza sauti kidogo.
What is that on my phone? Anytime I
All
go
right.
and unmute, my volume is very low. I don't know why. You are not the first person to complain.
Okay,
All right.
there's something you are saying that Mr. G.
You are giving a point here. You are giving that to consider your point from the Bible. You know, what is this judge? Why is this? Okay, this is it. Death sentence. What next? You know, I'm like, what next? For me, I expect more.
No, but remember, just put you in the shoe of this woman, this Monica. Let's leave alone Monica. Look at that woman, that girl, not woman, that girl, that small girl ambaye alikatwa shingo, kichwa ikapelekwa sijui wapi, akakatwa vipande kama nyama, akawekwa kwa gunia. Just put yourself in that family. And then here is one person ambaye ameshikwa who has the same case like your daughter ambaye amefanyiwa hivyo. What will you think about? How will you feel? How will you
But
take it?
then again, there was the principal who was killed by the wife. Wow. What do you make
Yeah,
of that?
this is you know.
The wife wasn't the wife wasn't sentenced to death. She was handed 30
Why,
years.
Joe? We have a lot of
No.
cases.
You know, murder is murder.
Yeah,
Murder
there are
is murder, right?
cases.
No,
There's a lot of
no,
Yes.
Mr. G.
cases.
Murder
But
is murder.
have we?
So
Yeah,
so
murder is
Joey
murder.
cannot carry all the cross. You know, he can't be the sacrificial lamb.
No,
All
but
right,
Why,
he can't.
Joey?
sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to carry it. Sometimes you carry it because remember what
No,
the judge
that's
said.
the
Even in the newspaper,
because
And
of
that's, and that's,
she
and
has
that's
been
why I've
reading
told
the
you.
newspaper.
And that's why I've told you. No, that's why I've told you. That's why I've told you. If for instance, Joy would ask the judge to recuse herself for judging him on the feminine angle, because she's a woman. She maybe advocated for women right, because as a woman, I'm not saying she was doing that, but there are so many angles you can look at the case.
We have two angles. We have a woman, a mother.
Yes,
You know.
equally, Joy has a mother, she has a sister, who today have lost a brother for life.
But
That's
Mr.
equally
Jakes,
a story that she ought also to have considered. I'm
we
not
all feel
saying
the
that
pain. We all feel the pain. But remember,
I'm
Joy,
not
after coming out
advocating
of that
anyway for
prison,
Joy.
remember, after Joy coming out of that prison ama that rumande, he again went out na akafanya violent. Na umesikia jaji akisema kwa he came out of that, I think ilikuwa rumande ama ilikuwa nini, and then he fought another person. So he is a violent man. But now coming to your sentiment, Mr. Jakes, this is a guy ambaye nilikuwa naona kama amekuwa reformed. He's a guy ambaye sasa alikuwa anaanza kuimba, alikuwa anaimba, akianza kutoa nyimbo zake, showing that he's a person ambaye alikuwa ashakuwa reformed. But now to carry the cross, sometimes it will happen. It will always happen. Kama hakuna mtu ambaye ambeba that cross, it will fall to someone. Now, always you will carry the cross. So at this moment, it's joy to carry. It's joy to carry the cross.
All right, now, gentlemen and fine lady, it's time we really have to wrap this one,
Even Jesus,
because we have another one to prepare for.
Yes, even Jesus carried
Yeah.
our cross. Jesus was not to die; he was not to be
But
crucified. But he.
But if I would argue, like Jesus, Barnabas was spared.
I agree.
Yeah, but look at Barnabas and Jesus. Look at Barnabas and Jesus. Barnabas was a con man.
He was
a
spared. He
killer.
was to be killed, but he was spared.
Now, why
But
Jesus
he was spared,
now?
wasn't he?
Now, why Jesus?
Now, Jesus' role was to take the sins of the world. Barnabas' death wouldn't have had any meaning. It would only have served the purpose that justice was served. But for Jesus, there was a prophecy behind it and all that. Not to sound religious and all, but
it was a prophecy behind it. It was a prophecy behind it. But he carried the cross for us.
Tumeona death sentence haikuwa best. Acha tuongoje dunia tuone dunia inasemaje.
I want to finish this so that I really prepare for the evening show. We need to find out what happens, what happens to this ruling. What are the options for Joey? What can the president do? What can the families do? Yeah.
Mr. Jack, you have to consider how many people,
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes, Mr. G. Continue.
Yeah, you have to consider how many people have passed through what Joy is passing through at the moment. Let me put it like, how many cases zimekuwa kama hii ya Joy of finding him guilty of killing somebody, alafu akaponea hiyo kesi. How many people wamepitia hiyo hali? Another thing, how long has it taken a president kuachilia mtu kama huyo, kumpatia a second chance? How long does it take? Yeah. So on this issue,
I don't think,
because I know
at the moment, I don't think Nani qualifies for clemency.
Yeah, he doesn't qualify.
He only qualifies for appeal. He can appeal the ruling. That is the best he can do at the moment. As much as I don't know so much, I think he can appeal.
Who is going to be sentenced the next minute,
No, let him appeal. Let him just appeal, and then maybe he can be given 5 years, 10 years, and then in the middle of that 10 years, President anamuka anasema no, we are pardoned in this case, na anaponea, because miracle happens. Me bado, I still believe.
One time during a burial, Baba said Joey, and Joey was released the following day. Should Baba say
but
Joey?
He never meant this. He never meant this. Joey was just that's the word of Aluo word. That's the Aluo word. But now people just connected it with it. Yeah.
Anyway, let us wait for the world.
To me, I know miracle will happen.
Going to go through death sentence. If it happens, then we have to be very careful. Me, I'm worried.
It is by coincidence hapo juu kuna mtu amenitext kwa WhatsApp ati it's like I knew today there would be something suicidal. and look at our topic up Jew, and then in Asia now us talking about someone who will be hanged, you know. And I'm like, where we should not be writing such topics or now. Tutachoma siku.
No,
You know, this show started in the morning.
For me, I'm scared. I'm not
no,
feeling
everyone feels the pain. Everyone feels
No,
the pain.
personally, let me tell you for free, that judgment, mimi imenishtua. I didn't anticipate it. I didn't even imagine it would go that way. And when she said that one, I think I felt aka cold ran down my spine. The proverbial cold. Nimeisikia kabisa kauoga fulani. I don't know how I felt. And all of a sudden I just felt like, man, I just need to see Joey. I felt sorry for his family, for him. And
It
but
happens.
anyway, it
Yeah, it
happens.
happens.
Thank you so much, guys. We have to bring this to a wrap. Asante sana, Mr. J.
There's something
Yeah,
Sylvia was saying. There's something
we
Morale
have
was
to
saying.
bring this to an end.
about
But anyway, go ahead.
Mr. Jim, I'm at a point where I'm not even feeling well. I have to go and listen to something else. This one is hitting different. I
Hii
have to
inakuchoma vibaya.
No, but
I
now
need to
also,
listen to something else.
but also, why
All
did
right.
he kill? Why did he kill? Now that is the problem. As much as we feel sad, the feelings, but he also killed. So
Hiyo ni tamaa tu ya dunia.
No,
Kama
but from
hiyo
the
ni tamaa
judgment, the judge has still said that Joey still insists he's innocent. So if Joey says he's innocent and the judge didn't consider that, then I don't know how to answer your question, Mr. G. Maybe Joey should answer it. Is he now
no,
guilty now that the verdict is out? Is he guilty or innocent?
but just
What if
connect the
he
dots.
went to
Mr.
kill
Jakes.
somebody who was already killed? There's a probability.
No, but look at just connect the dots. Go back to that scenario, to that scene. Look at that video, how everything played out.
It sounds like a
Utapata-
movie for starters. It sounds like a movie.
Okay, it
This
sounds like
person
a
steals
movie.
an ID. Listen to this. This person steals an ID. He has he has the knowledge that Monica was coming in that night that he was killed. She was when the ID was stolen or was lost from the person whose ID was lost. Monica was in Sudan. She just flew in. On the night she flew in, they were to meet with the brother, as per the story. And then that night, that evening, her calls didn't go through. And it is that evening that she met her death. Now, it's interesting. It's so interesting how Joey, uh, orchestrated and planned all this. If truly he did that, he knew where to get an ID, knew where to get the clothes, when to change, how to kill, how to position the body. You know all that, eh?
But
If
Jakes,
truly he did it, I can tell you for free, all this it was premeditated, and it brings out someone who had no ounce of mercy, and hence the judgment is right. No mercy equally ought to be considered. But then again, the whole story, the whole explanation from the judge, it sounds like a movie on its own. Kama
no,
yeah, kama
but
drama, kama
as much as
video
it
on
appears
the
like
and
a
all that.
movie,
Mhm.
as much as it appears like a movie, the Joy
Mhm.
was Joy alone. I don't think if Joy was alone, he had connection with other people who are connected to this thing. But now Joy is not able to manage to call out the
Somebody
names of
was
those people. So he's
now.
carrying the cross.
Now, me, if I was Joey at this point of death sentence, I'll just spill. I'll just say
Yeah, he has to
it is
spill.
what it is.
He has to spill. But why is it keeping quiet? He has to talk, mention the names of people he worked with. But to
I'm
me,
telling you, this is something we will talk about in the evening. Don't miss the evening show. We have to prepare for it. Allow us to leave this one. Mr. G, see you in a couple of hours. Sylvia, if you can manage. We really have to wrap it up. Mr. G, maybe your last word.
okay, my last words, I think people have to serve as an example. Because when you decide to kill someone because of your own greed and because of your own ignorance, always you will face the consequences. So as much as I feel the pain, the sadness, and everything the family are going through, but always justice has to come. This may be a just there may be justice to Monica's family. I don't know, but let's wait and see. But what I know is that somebody
Yeah.
has to face the consequences of his deeds that he has done.
This is beyond it, as they said, it borders madness. It truly has been a case that has bordered
Yeah.
madness.
It
So
has.
thank you very much, fine gentleman and lady, for your time. It has been awesome. It has been epic ever since we started so many hours ago. And ladies and gentlemen, equally, this has been Kenya News Link. We have brought you back-to-back coverage of news making headlines. We were able to look at what is happening at the Senate, where the Kisii deputy governor impeachment is ongoing, even as we speak. We will look at it tonight as we make up another yet amazing show that will happen from 10 p.m. East African time. So make sure you still stick around to watch that. We'll look at so many things that happened in that proceeding, and equally other news making headlines, and of course the shocker of the day, the sentencing to death of one Joey Irongo. I'm telling you, that one is a news that you don't. Hey, I don't even
That
know
is
what else to add. But thank you so much, Sylvia. Maybe you can say
There's
something
something,
even as I
yeah.
call this to an end.
Let me just conclude like this. Before we make choices, let us consider the consequences. Anything you do, anything you say, any action you take, it has its consequences. And we have to think of that. And yes, Joey will maybe go through that death sentence or whatever. But what us who are still living, what do we learn from this? We should be very careful. We eat a maya dunia. It's not gonna take us anywhere. Turidhike tu na kile tulicho nacho na tutakachoweza kukipata. Cause no. We can't go on like this. This is somebody's son. As a mother, a sister, brother, it's not. Yeah. He was somebody with a job. I guess he was earning, but because he yearned for more, sasa ona, ndio hicho kinamupata. So tamaa tuweke kando, tukemee hiyo pepo. We can't be in this kind of mood every time. Yeah.
Well, Mr. G, your final word?
Okay, I think I've spoken my final word, but I wanted just to remind you when we come back maybe at 10, remember there's a topic. There's this guy, I think he's a cousin of Uhuru Ama. There's something, the issue with the land, huko Central Kenya. I don't know what has happened, but he amekuwa given 7 days to surrender that land.
Yeah, we'll
I
look
think
at that,
we should look at
and
that, yeah.
the BB land, and equally Ruto has been taken to court. We have interesting. So now you have to be in the show to find out. Ruto has been sued
Let me
because
go back.
of employing and sacking someone. So we have a lot to discuss at 10 p.m. So stick around. We have great news. I'm sure that Mr. Gio Ajui, but you have to keep it here at
But
Kenya News
namjua,
Link,
I know who is
and
Ruto.
we will
I know
check.
who is Ruto. The conman
Now
wa
you know who is
kawaida.
Ruto, but you don't know why he
The
has been
conman wa
taken to
kawaida.
court, and I'll be telling you which court he has been taken to and why. So stick around. Let's meet in the evening
There's
at 10
something,
p.m.
there's something, there's something, there's something, no, there's something Sylvia anasema. There's something Sylvia is talking. Sylvia anaongea.
we must,
Like agree. Ruto is very smart. That is a
gentlemen
fact.
and lady, allow me to do
Smartness
that.
is
We must
brilliant.
end the show. Thank you very much for being part of this show, wonderful people. This has been Kenya Newslink. Consider to subscribe and be part of this great conversation that happens here every other day at Kenya Newslink. I have been your host, Jake, the moderator. Of course, the great panelist that I had, of course, Mr. G, Sylvia was in the house, and of course, Alex was in equally in, and the many who joined and were part of this great conversation. Good year, and many who participated in the comment section. You guys are just but fantastic people who we truly appreciate. The other thing, please kindly consider subscribing to Kenya News Link. Kimbia hapo YouTube, kimbia tu mbio mbio, kimbia hapo mbio mbio, subscribe. Kenya News Link, we got you. We give you the comprehensive coverage of news making headlines. That was Joy's case, among many other cases. See you at 10 p.m. East African time, where we do this all over again. Asante sana kwa keep touch with us. We will definitely be back at 10 p.m. See you. God bless you. I leave you as usual with one great hit that really has always rocked our world in a nice touch. Okay, here is one for you because you guys are just what amazing. Asante sana. God bless you. Bye bye.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio kokote, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kokote kwa elimu twaenda mbele. Kokote matibabuni twaenda mbele. Kokote viwandani twaenda mbele. Kokote na mashambani twaenda mbele. Kokote kwa Jamhuri, sote kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha.